If you have to roll a 2 plus to charge, don't roll a 1.
Yo, 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 what's up? Hey, guys. To the few of you watching me live right here, how are y'all doing? So, I think the mic is working, everything is fine. Cool. All right, so I just got this notice a couple minutes ago on the discords, as they say, and I have not looked through this document at all. What I did was I skimmed to see how long it was. It seems to be like maybe 3 or 4 pages of changes. So this could be a very short video. Either way, let's have some fun and see what the changes are about. This is the Conquest, the Last Argument of Kings, FAQ, otherwise known as a FAQ, document, Designer's Notes and Updates, April 2023. All right. Let's see here. Let's see. Reading this. Let's see. Conquest: The Last Argument of Kings is a living war game with rules changing to the better according to the design's team's directions and in tune with our community's voice. As such, rules are clarified to better convey their meaning and purpose. Yes, we do not want rules as intended. We need rules as written. And rules as written is a direct translation of the rules writer's brain in written format. The clearer we can understand how the creator wants us to play his creation, the smoother and more fun the games that we have are, with fewer arguments. These will be found under the FAQ section. You'll notice that some of the FAQ questions are removed from this document as time passes. That is either because rules have changed to invalidate the questions and or responses to it, or we have added clarification to rules in the actual rulebook as per your suggestions. Well, thank you. GW has this issue where they update their rules, their erratas, their FAQs, and when they remove rules, they don't update people at what those rules removals are. So it would be in your best interest, Parabellum, if at the bottom of the document you just had maybe a blurb. These rules were removed. Maybe then put them in like a gray text at the bottom, so players know these chunks of rules have been removed. And then in the next document, those are gone, and then current rules that are removed are there. Because when a player looks at an older set of rules updates and a newer set of rules updates, and the newer set of rules updates don't include what was removed in the player's brain, they're still going to remember the rules that they read in the previous document because they don't know they were removed explicitly. A lot of people today still play with rules from 1.51. So in my opinion, and it's the correct opinion, if you don't already have it here in this document, let the players know what rules were removed or what comments were removed, what commentary was removed, etc., etc. Of course, as a company with responsibility to all the people of Ya, we employ beings of all factions, including Uyghur. Man, Parabellum already being racist towards the Uyghurs. We also use them as scapegoats. Wow, you're also religious too. For any errors you may find in the rules. And herein we provide corrections according to the Arcane Council of Factions. Okay, so all my comments are in jest, just like how the wording in this document is lighthearted and fun, and I like this about Parabellum. Really good stuff. Bomba. Hey, Bomba, how you doing? Okay. Also note that while at times we post answers to questions online, this document is always in effect first and above any answers for any tournament or match play sessions. This document will be reviewed and changed accordingly at certain intervals. However, not all questions will be entered as they are not encountered often enough to warrant the frequently part of the document. Fair enough. Let's see. This document is always in effect first and above any answers for tournament or match play. Great. So these rules have the authority over anything else you'll find anywhere else, pretty much. All changes listed in these documents will also be updated in an online PDF. You'll be able to find changes highlighted within the PDF document itself. Okay, hold on. I gotta let my cat in. 1 second. What, you want in? Come on in. Come in. I know. You want some treats? There you go. There you go. Have some treats. Woof. Okay. Oh, good Lord, green screen. Green screen malfunction. Oh, my God. There we go. All right, cat. My cat, I've said this before, my cat is blind, so I have to help her move around the house. Okay. So I have not read these. Let's see what these are about. April updates designer's notes. Restructured reinforcement rules to add clarity and address frequently asked questions. Cool. Designer's notes. The reinforcement part of the rules has been restructured to present all reinforcement related concepts in as much cleaner and neater way. Redundant terms and points of reference have been removed in order. Okay. Now going through the reinforcement lines and reinforcement zone rules, you will be able to find an accurate history of how to draw, keep track, and adjust your reinforcement lines, clarifying and addressing the community questions and feedback. Reinforcement rules are much cleaner now. Where's the update? Oh, wait a second. Hold on. Wait 1 second. Hold on. Conquest. Last argument of kings. Core rules. Okay, what am I looking at here? Errata. Core rules. Core rules have been updated. Oh, snap. Okay. Oh, so these are just telling you the cleanup of the rules. Do they have the... Okay, well, let's do this. Let's open up the core rules here. It shouldn't be called 2.0 technically. It should be called maybe something else. All right. Let's zoom in a bit. You guys can see this, right? Okay. Let's go to the reinforcement section. Actually, let's zoom out a little bit. Oh, they updated them in red? Whoa! Okay, this is going to be a long stream. Okay. This is going to be a nice long stream. All right. Well, let's do this. I am tempted in just going through the rules book, but let's go through the designer's notes in order. So let's go to the reinforcement section. All right, cat. You guys are just gonna hear a cat meowing the whole time. It is what it is. Where is the reinforcement lines? Oh, that's like in movement, isn't it? Free and additional actions. Cute. Wow. Okay. Looks like this is gonna be a 5-hour stream. Great. Instead of working on my battle report that I was planning on doing today, apparently I'm doing this. I'm also recording this, so I might release an edited version. That's just extra work. Maybe. Good Lord. Okay, everything got changed. Let's read this and have some fun, okay? You know what? I'm going to, instead of scrubbing through my video and adding timestamps by looking at various things, let's go ahead and just timestamp this as it is. So 14. Oh, okay. So these are the reinforcement zone and reinforcement line updates. Let's zoom in for you old people out there, a little more. There we go. Each player's reinforcement zone is their table edge. The reinforcement line... Oh, so did they remove the table edge and reinforcement zones, like the differences? So the reinforcement zone is just their table edge. Cute. And I don't remember exactly how these were worded previously. I mean, I'm tempted in bringing up the original rules PDF, but that's going to be a lot of work. Going through the two and comparing them is really no point. The reinforcement line is determined at the beginning of each round before the start of the reinforcement phase. To determine the reinforcement line, draw a line that is parallel to the player's reinforcement zones. intersecting the rearmost corner of the foremost friendly regiment. If no enemy regiment is crossing this reinforcement line, then it is set there. Okay, if no enemy regiment is crossing this reinforcement line, then it is set there. Which means if an enemy is crossing that line, the reinforcement line cannot be set there. Should an enemy regiment cross that reinforcement line? Okay, so crosses here should be fixed. Parabellum, hope you're watching. Should an enemy regiment cross that reinforcement line, then it is pushed backwards to the rearmost corner of the next foremost friendly regiment. That's funny, because as I was reading this first paragraph, I was thinking, but it doesn't tell you to go to the next regiment afterwards. And then the next paragraph literally just tells me that. Okay, great. Now, I know we can get really wordy with the rules, but here you have some nouns. Should an enemy regiment cross that reinforcement line? You have enemy regiment and reinforcement line, right? Then you have a pronoun, it. I guarantee you there's going to be people like Tyler who are going to complain, which are you talking about? Which it? The enemy or the reinforcement line? Because the rules say it is pushed backwards to the rearmost corner. What am I pushing backwards? The enemy regiment? Just saying, if you can get rid of pronouns, please do so. Nouns direct individuals to particular concretes in reality. This thing, as opposed to a vague thing, right? Either way, moving on. For ease of reference, a player may place a marker on each side of the battlefield where the reinforcement line meets the edges to keep track of it. Well, I hope so, because I left it in my car. You sell bags of tokens, and some of these tokens are reinforcement tokens, so hopefully. A reinforcement line may not move further forward from where it was set at the beginning of the round. It may only be pushed backward to the rearmost corner of the next foremost friendly regiment. Okay. A reinforcement line may be pushed backwards either because the foremost friendly regiment has been destroyed or an enemy regiment has its foremost corner crossing a player's reinforcement line. Okay, it's all clear, all beautiful. I like this. How do you guys like this so far? I like this. A player keeps moving their reinforcement line backward until no enemy regiment is crossing their reinforcement line or is pushed all the way back to the reinforcement zone. Should throughout the round a friendly regiment find itself past its current reinforcement line, should throughout the round, this should just be during the round. So during the round, should a friendly regiment find itself past, just so you guys know, my wife is an English professor of over 20 years, so I learned the strict and proper nature of English in my household every day. The player checks to see if a new reinforcement line can be drawn following the steps above. Nice. This new reinforcement line cannot be further forward from where it was set at the beginning of the round. If, however, the friendly regiment moves further forward from where the reinforcement line was set at the beginning of the round and would otherwise be able to draw a reinforcement line, then the reinforcement line returns to where it was set at the beginning of the round. Great. That stops people from asking, well, this regiment is now moving forward. Does it move the line forward? No, it doesn't. The reinforcement line is determined anew for every player, well, for each player, at the start of the next round. At the start of each new round. Okay, I'm going to do this a lot, correcting. That's not my intent, Parabellum. I'm not trying to be rude by doing this, but I told you I'm married to an English professor, so I can't stop this. All right, I like this. Reinforcements marching onto the battlefield. Okay. Oh, we're getting to the charge one. Oh, boy. Oh, is it all red? Oh, my God. It is all red. Okay, reinforcements marching onto the battlefield. Well, okay, first of all, in summation, the reinforcement zone and reinforcement line now actually addresses every question I've heard about reinforcement lines, where they're set, how they move, who can push it backwards, what pushes it backwards, can they go forward? No, they can't. This is great. Good job. Beautiful. Just so you guys know, I keep looking to the right to look at my chat and to make sure my audio is working. Okay, this is great. Reinforcements marching onto the battlefield. A regiment may always march. Well, this one should just be a new section, I think. Reinforcement rules no longer require classes to enter the battlefield behind certain classes. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, wow. There's a lot going on here. Let's continue reading the reinforcement stuff. Reinforcements marching onto the battlefield. Let's timestamp this sucker. Okay, cool. Reinforcements marching onto the battlefield. A regiment may always march from reinforcements onto the battlefield from your reinforcement zone. Place the front edge of the regiment's front rank so it is touching the battlefield edge and then complete the march as normal, measuring from the edge of the battlefield. Unfortunately, we can't do that at my store, or I couldn't do it at Adepticon. Actually, at Adepticon I could, but at my store I can't because all of our tables are elevated and there is no edge off the battlefield. So we end up just putting the regiments on the battlefield how it was in 1.5 and then just measuring from the back. I think that would just cover all bases, but it is what it is. If one march action is not enough to bring all of the regiment's stands onto the battlefield, then it must perform a second march action to ensure all of its stands on the battlefield. When a regiment is entering the battlefield, it must assume a formation and a point of entering that would allow it to do so. That should be before a regiment enters the battlefield. It must assume a formation and a point of entering that would allow it to do so, not when is entering. Because when is entering is the regiment physically, in like real life, you're moving the regiment. And you are already moving the regiment with a formation, and you've already picked the point. So this should be before a regiment enters the battlefield. Hey, Tree Mark, what's up? I'm listening to it at work. You can yell at me whenever you want. Why would I? I was about to start drama, but I'm going to stop, okay? Not drama with you, with other people. Okay, my brain is already doing a thing I shouldn't be doing. All right. So, let's see. So far, so good. So while I read this, if you guys have any issues, or more importantly, if you understand the virtue of justice, if you guys think that these are written well, thumb it up. Share my video and like and give me money. If you guys think Parabellum did a great job, join my Patreon, okay? Alternatively, I can't read large words. Public education is blasting my brain. Alternatively, which is kind of ironic, what I said earlier about the English teacher thing, you may bring your reinforcements onto the battlefield from side edges. What? Provided that the point of entry is between your reinforcement. Oh, that's side edges. Oh, I thought it meant you could put the regiment on the battlefield and move it on. Darn. On the side edges, provided that a point of entry. Now, you don't. Here's the thing. Each player's reinforcement zone is their table edge. So it's the entire thing. I can't put my hand over the green screen here, but you see where it says reinforcement zone at the top in red? That's the reinforcement zone, and also the sides of the battlefield are your reinforcement zone. Or the green shows it, right? So the rules have already defined that this entire thing here, oh, hold on. Let me go to tier list, turn on cursor. Hopefully it doesn't pooch everything. Oh, it just did. 1 second. Rulebook version 1? Is that it? No. I think it's this one. Hopefully it's not. No, it's not that one. No, it is. Okay, it is this one. Is my cursor here yet? Bro, I just did capture client cursor. It's not capturing client. Oh, there it is. Okay. So you see how the green line is here? This is already defined as the reinforcement zone right here. Each player's reinforcement zone is their table edge. So this entire green line is my table edge, right? Down here it says, you may bring your reinforcements onto the battlefield from side edges. Side edges don't exist. What does that mean? Like a side edge? Like this is the side, but this is also a side. This is one of those issues where I know intent, where the designer knows the concept of a side is an orientation to an object as opposed to the front and the back, so I get it. but every table is different depending on how they're structured. So this should just read. Alternatively, you may bring your reinforcements onto the battlefield from your reinforcement zone, but that's already over here. A regiment may always march from reinforcements onto the battlefield from your reinforcement zone. So this down here can be completely just deleted. Just get rid of this. This doesn't need to exist. That does not need to. This is just this added confusion because it creates terms that don't exist in the rules. Provided the entry is between your reinforcement zone and your reinforcement line. Yeah, I mean that's the whole point of the reinforcement line rules, right? But if you're going to keep this, I guess okay. I see the importance of this paragraph because now it tells you can no. This first part fixes that. A regiment may always march from the reinforcement onto the battlefield from your reinforcement zone, and my reinforcement zone is on the side. So yeah, you can just take this paragraph, Parabellum, and just delete it. Get it out of here. It already doesn't matter. It's going to cause confusion. I'm going to bring Tyler up a million times because he's the guy, Bricko, in the Discord chat. He's the one that will argue correctly at most of the times about the rules discrepancies because he's really good with the rules. He's our local rules national socialist, as they say. So just dumpster that paragraph. Failed reinforcement. If it is not possible for a regiment to enter the battlefield according to the rules given above, I like that. A regiment returns to reinforcements. Cute. In the next round, that regiment is considered to have automatically passed its reinforcement roll and may attempt to march onto the battlefield as normal. Cool. This automatic pass does not count towards the regiment player. Towards the regiment, a player chooses to automatically come onto the battlefield from reinforcements. So this automatic entering of the battlefield next round does not bump the normal entering automatically. So now I have 2 regiments. This clears that up. Okay, great. Parabellum, I'm liking this so far. Great. I don't have to hear Tyler yap about this in my ear while I'm trying to glue models in the store for like 5 hours. If a regiment can enter the battlefield, it must do so. I already see a loop here. Which I think, here's the thing, I don't know if it's intentional. It is possible that for some reason, if a regiment cannot enter the battlefield, it gets kicked back out, and it tries to enter the battlefield again. If it can't, it gets kicked back out. It gets kicked back out. It gets kicked back out. Now the question is, if the match ends, and for some reason, at a tournament somewhere in Saskatchewan, where a player has a regiment that is off the board, when the game is over, does that regiment count as destroyed for points purposes? Because as someone who wants to win games, I'm already thinking about trying to screw my opponent over because in the Dogs of War regional, I was actually able to bring my Nords into my enemy's deployment into my enemy's reinforcement zone, and I was blocking him from coming into the board. And he had regiments that were on the board that were blocking him, so it was actually a big kerfuffle. Now, what are the chances of that happening until round 10? Literally 0, but someone's going to find a way, and you should just have probably update. Maybe it's in the tournament packets or the scenario packets where if a regiment is in the reinforcement zone when the game is over, it counts for points if that scenario counts them for those points. So if it's there, then this is all kind of extra crap. Okay, so that was the reinforcement changes so far. Love it, like it. A serious order, whatever. Nerf Nords, absolutely. I was working on a battle report for today for a game I had yesterday, where I fought the most broken army in the game for the not the first time, but I fought the most broken army in the game, but I'll keep that mystery for you guys later. All right. Reinforcement rules. Okay, so back to this is going to be timestamp. 2930 class. Looking for the timestamp, and reinforcement rules no longer require classes to enter the battlefield behind certain classes, aka the weight lock. Yesterday, I played a game where someone didn't understand the weight lock, and I had to explain it to them. It messed up their entire game. The restructuring of the reinforcement line rules streamlined the entirety of the reinforcement line rules down to keeping track of 2 things: where the line was set at the beginning of the round and how it adjusted throughout the round. The previous iteration of the rules, however, required you to keep track of upwards to 5 lines. Where the line started, how it moved. Okay, it doesn't matter. Um, a heavy regiment arriving on round 3 would only enter the battlefield behind a medium regiment that would realistically only have the opportunity to activate once. Therefore, the movement that would be lost on entering the battlefield with a wheel would make blah, 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 blah. Therefore, for the sake, I never even came across that. Was that an issue? I can't even imagine that. But if someone came across that, I guess, sure. Therefore, for the sake of clear reinforcement rules, the weight lock is removed and every regiment can enter the battlefield behind any other regiment. Great! I'm hoping Parabellum is keeping an eye on irregulars. Make sure that you don't want, my giants to come behind Fenrir, for instance, which you guys already do. So. All right, the weight lock is gone. Cute. Does this mean that a heavy regiment can enter the battlefield behind a light regiment on round 3? Thankfully, no, but they can on round 4. Round 3 is a crucial point in every battle, and we could not allow this streamlining the rules to affect the presence of heavies. The first one on there, Ice Jotnars. Why don't you put the Dwegholm Drake on there? Ice Jotnars, Ashen Dawn, Thunder Riders, and so many other heavy regiments would simply reign supreme if they could enter the battlefield. Or, I'm going to stop the Dweg bashing because they just skirt this completely. Would simply reign supreme if they could enter the battlefield, so further up the board on round 3. For this reason, heavy regiments may only enter the battlefield from your reinforcement zone on round 3. This effectively allows them to march up the board the same way they already are. Wait. However, they can enter behind a reinforcement, behind a light from round 4 and onwards. Is this a change in the class itself? Hold on. Sorry if this makes you guys feel sick, but I don't have bookmarks on this. This has to be under the class rules, right? No. Round 3. Heavy regiments arrive on a roll of 2 or less, but may only enter the battlefield from the player's reinforcement zone this round. There's already an issue, I think. So the intent is trying to make a difference between the line and the zone. But the rule... Now remember, guys, I am not a perfect rules lawyer. I don't read rules well. Anyone at my store, Mr. Mike in the chat here will tell you, I get everything wrong. So if I'm reading something wrong here, please correct me. Or in the comment section, correct me. And then I'll put a correction in the description. But I just read that each player's reinforcement zone is their table edge. Wait a second. I have to bring up the old rules. Give me 1 second. Conquest. I know you guys can't see this. Just give me a second while I do the things. This is going to be the round sequence. Reinforcement phase? No. This is going to be out of combat actions. This is under March, right? March restrictions. Oh, wait. Is table edge defined under the scenarios? I think they are. Let me look under scenarios. No. Give me a second. A player... I don't see in the rules where a table edge is even defined. Maybe you guys can find that. I don't see it under the... Hold on. Let me add a new window capture. Window capture is fine. Let's go with... It's fine. Let's go with Acrobat. Okay, cool. So over here on the left, reinforcement zones are not defined. I mean, the edge, the term edge. Are they defined in the, no. Isn't RZ defined as the back and side behind the R line? No, I can't find it. So the rules are currently pointing to a term that doesn't exist that I cannot find. Doesn't mean they... Because remember, I'm just reading this now. As far as I know, each player's reinforcement zone is their table edge. And the reinforcement zone is the edge that your line creates. Okay, so this down here is your table edge, where it says reinforcement zone, and the sides are also your table edge. Keeping that in mind, when you go over to the reinforcements table, it says, for the heavies, but may only enter the battlefield from the player's reinforcement zone this round. But the reinforcement zone, it extends as your line is pushed up. Now, under the intent here, let me get rid of this. Hold on. For this reason, heavy regiments may only enter the battlefield from your reinforcement zone on round 3. Reinforcement zone on round 3. But that also includes the sides. This effectively allows them to march up the board the same as they already are. However, they can enter the battlefield behind a light from round 4 and onwards. I don't see where that restriction exists in the rules. It might be a little bit... I'm either missing something or there might be an issue going on here. So at the moment, the intent where they don't want heavies to come out over here on the sides doesn't exist in the rules. I can go ahead and bring an Ice Jotnar right behind my lights right here on round 3. Nothing in the rules are stopping me from doing so. How to fix that? I don't know. I'm not going to sit here for 9 hours and give my own ignorant opinions on how to be a better rules writer than Parabellum. That's not what I'm here to do. So if that is an issue and I have correctly identified a problem, look into that, Parabellum. If not, and I'm wrong, you guys can correct me later on. But let's move on. We're moving on. Reinforcement rolls, and if I pass a heavy reinforcements roll, then am I forced to have it enter from my reinforcement zone? One final important change to the reinforcement rules is that now the automatic pass each round allows you to delay the regiment if you win. Oh, what? What? I feel like Tim Allen. Dun 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 dun. And that would be under order of play. Oh, here it is. You may then select a single regiment that is able to arrive from reinforcement this round and have it count as having automatically arrived from reinforcements, or delay it 1 round. So you effectively give it flank. This regiment can belong to any class that is allowed to arrive from reinforcements this round, but must arrive from the reinforcements the round the class is required to enter automatically. Okay, so I can't hold back a medium past round 3. Your reinforcement line is also an edge. Yes, this is right here. Each player's reinforcement zone is their table edge. This is your table edge is your reinforcement zone. And that line is this little line right here in the center of the board. So no, you can't like bring a regiment just in the middle of the battlefield moving up, because that's not your zone. That's the line. I used to think you could do that when I first started playing this game. I still have players today. A couple of days ago, they thought you can bring a regiment just floating here in the battlefield, just moving forward. Reinforcement zone is only your table edge. Page 3 on 31 says you can come in on the sides behind the reinforcement line. Nowhere does it say reinforcement zone changes. Yeah, but there's no defined term for a table edge. Table edge doesn't exist. Thank you. That's what I was asking. Gotcha. Yeah, table edge doesn't exist. Here, under the scenarios, you have player reinforcement zone. There's nothing here says the words table edge. So table edge is an undefined term. It's like the word ability. It doesn't exist. So there is obvious intent going on here, but that needs to be clarified. In my opinion, it should just get rid of table edge completely. The reinforcement zone works just fine. But you know what? I'm not here to do that. That's not the point. Okay, so what was I reading here? Let's see. Okay, all right. So basically, the regiment that you hold in reinforcement gains flank. Effectively gains flank, which I like. It's interesting. Ooh, so typically I play Nord builds where I'll have a stalker with flank, and then some bow chosen, right? Maybe even raiders with light. And what I want to do is actually delay my army as long as possible. I like this change. You can now make delay deployment armies. You can actually build around that for a stronger later game. Scenarios define what the reinforcement zone is. Yeah, but I'm not talking about a reinforcement zone. I'm talking about the table edge. That's the issue. It's table edge. You may not see the issue that I'm finding, but that's fine. Well, we're going to move on. I like this delayed ability. This could bring some interesting builds to the game. I like this. All right. My only point was there's nothing in the rules that's still stopping a heavy from coming from behind a light on round 3. Not, I know that's what the intent is because that's the designer's intent, but in the rules, there's nothing stopping me from doing that. Your reinforcement zone is your table edge. Yeah. Here, where is it? Yeah, each player's reinforcement zone is their table edge. So what you're saying is A equals A. They're the same thing. A canine is a dog. Like, it's redundant. You don't need table edge. Because you're saying a canine is a dog, and then all you show are examples of dogs. Why have canine in there? You don't need it. Because nothing here shows the table edge. Nothing in this scenario shows table edge. It's just redundant. You don't need it. You might as well say the reinforcement zone is a table edge, is a cat, is a house, is a tree. Just have an infinite amount of equal signs, and then just refer everything back to reinforcement zone. It's redundant. Hey, Josh, what's up? There's no point. Okay, so let's move on. So at the moment, the intent is that heavies can't come behind lights on round 3, but nothing in the rules is currently stopping a heavy from coming behind lights on round 3. So all you Ice Jotnars out there, heavies can only enter from RZ on T3. Sides are not RZ. Each player's reinforcement zone is their table edge. Right? Let's see. Reinforcement zone. Moving, reinforcement line, maybe push backwards. I see what you're saying. Reinforcement line. Oh, so they're calling the table edge a reinforcement zone. So this is another clear. Okay, I see. I fell for the picture. And pictures are not rules. But guess what? I know that pictures are not rules, and even I fell for this. Over here, there's a reinforcement zone in red, right? And over here, there's a reinforcement zone in green, but the reinforcement zone in green is the same green on the left, which goes up to the line. But then what do you call this on the right side? That's where a regiment may always march from the reinforcements onto the battlefield from your reinforcement zone. Okay, I get that now. So this picture needs to be just like dumpster. Get rid of this picture. Get this dark green out of here. Have it like the red. or give whatever it is on this on the sides a different term. A regiment may always march from reinforcements onto the battlefield from the reinforcement zone. Okay, I get that. Place the front edge. Blah, 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 blah. Alternatively, you may bring your reinforcements onto the battlefield from side edges, provided that the point of entry is between your zone and your line. So, Parabellum, here, call this, write down side edges. And then have a paragraph that defines a side edge. I know it's here, but this isn't the definition. This is just telling you how marching works. There should be a paragraph that tells you what a side edge is. A player's side edge is any table edge that's not their reinforcement zone, between their reinforcement zone and their reinforcement line. And then on this picture here, you have written a side edge. So now going back to the heavy. Let's go back to the heavy. Where are you at? Did I skip it? I think I did. I don't have bookmarks on this, obviously. Come on. The round sequence. But may only enter the battlefield from the player's reinforcement zone this round. Okay, correct. As written, it does work. So heavies can only come from the zone, not from the edges. The issue is that the side edges are poorly defined and can be cleared up by taking this picture, because sorry to tell you this, Parabellum, you just witnessed it in real time. People like flashy things and pictures, and even though pictures aren't rules, what catches the eye first are pictures, because pictures are supposed to be examples of the rules, and there's no side edge here. And the fact that it's dark green, like the reinforcement zone, my brain associates the dark green as one entity, one identity, so that whole thing is a reinforcement zone, especially since the reinforcement zone for the guy in the back in the red doesn't extend out. Okay, the pick would be correct, yep. Make the RZ red and leave the sides green. Yes, but you also have to define a side edge. A side edge has to be defined. And then perhaps a paragraph that literally defines what a side edge is. Please just have them only call it reinforcement line in all sentences. Don't introduce. Well, the line is actually defined. The line is this right here. This is the line. There's no ambiguity after I read the rules. Only this can be defined as the line. And they went into great lengths. You missed me reading this. This is all different now. The line is actually very defined right now. Side edges should be defined as the non-reinforcement zone table edges. Yes, between the line and the zone. That requires its own paragraph to define an edge. And then, yes, if you're going to have examples for pictures, once again, pictures are not rules, but they're examples of rules. And unfortunately, most people, me included, go right to the picture and assume that the picture is a concrete example of what the rule says. But anyway, so this is a roller coaster ride, isn't it? This is a roller coaster ride. I like this. So far, the rules clarity is like a 95% what I've read so far, including all of my miscommunications here, my misunderstandings. Everything's working fine. So, funny enough, heavies can't come behind lights. Now let's go to a balance thing. Heavies can't come on behind lights until round 4, except Dweg, because currently Drakes are mediums, and that's just pure bullshit. Moving on. More Dweg supremacy. And if they're going to change Drakes to heavies later, I don't know. I'm not a scryer. I can only go with how the rules currently are. So that's the correct judgment I have. Moving on. So in conclusion, I like that heavies feel a little heavier. I like that. Heavies feel a little heavier. They can still come on from behind No, they can't. Are you guys doing this to stop me from doing my Shaman Vanguard Ice Jotnar? Is that what's going on here? What other army does that? Are you guys just nerfing Nords? You know that's a meme, right? When I said nerf Nords, you know that was a meme, right? Come on! Parabellum, please. All right. Restructured. Okay, timestamp for charge rules. This is going to be fun. I'm going to be here for 5 hours. I'm going to have fun, guys. Just put this in the back, go to your work, have the audio going, make fun of me when I'm wrong, correct me when I'm wrong, and give Parabellum justice when they're correct. Because so far, everything's been good so far, except for a little bit of table edge clarity. But that's something that if they watch my video and are aware of this, Judge Worm, please talk to whoever is in charge of this. They can just, I can do it. I will go to Photoshop right now, give you a table edge, and you could update the PDF, the core rule book, and nobody would know. Nobody would know. All right. Anyway, let's move on. We're going to timestamp 51:20 charge rules. Okay. I'm sure we're going to be here for the next 10 hours. But before I go on the charge rules, let me read the comments. Okay, so the RL is the line created, so the edges is a different thing. Correct. Yes. What a Tuesday this is. Dude, Tree. I love this game. I love this company. I love this. This is great. I really do. Army changes coming later. Okay, fair enough. Nerf Nords. How do you think my Apex feels? Bro. That is true. That is true. Interesting. I mean, what you should do is grab that evasion 2 from the Drake and put it on your Apex, but who am I? This is also for entertainment, folks, and I know that I am not a rules writer. I'm not a rules tester. I have no say in Parabellum. Zero. So they can just write me off as a crazy guy that doesn't know what he's talking about on my streams, which is perfectly legit. They can do that. So I have no authority. So I can go ahead and act as irresponsible as I want on my streams because I don't represent any store and I don't represent the company. So if I say Dweg is broken and Nords are underpowered, that's just an old man's opinion, right? I don't mean anything. Now, if I were to ever be part of the tester program, I would sign an NDA, and then my videos would be strictly not what you're seeing right now, but Parabellum, please. When you get table turn 6, you've been dwegged. I like the removal of weighted reinforcement lines and the RZ for only heavies on turn 3. Yes, I like that too. Even though as a Nord player, my build of rushing my heavies from the sides onto you is kind of pooped on. That's fine. I couldn't charge with them anyway, so it's not really a big loss. Oh, E2 Apex the dream. Should. You absolutely should. I missed some earlier info, trying to listen on my break. Good chat about the thing so far. Yeah. I thought it was just the changes in this little document because I did not read it before the stream started. Then I realized they were referring to rules changes. Then I looked in the rules book and like 10% of the book has changed. So my half an hour morning where I was going to do a battle report video for tonight, out the window. We're going to be here for, I have nothing else planned for today. So legitimately, if this stream goes for 10 hours, I'm timestamping everything right now. You guys can come in and out as you see fit. Come in later, click the timestamp, and just whatever. Have fun. It's a chill day today. It's a chill Tuesday, right? Moving on. Okay, you know what? Real timestamp for charging. Let's fix that. Moving on, guys. Moving on. 54:20. All right, charges. This is the one that's going to take 5 hours, right? Restructured charge rules to add clarity and address frequently asked questions. Cool. As with reinforcement part of the rules, charging was restructured and its wording streamlined. No changes were made to how a charge is resolved. I have no issue with how charges were actually resolved in theory because it made sense. Simply clarified and addressed all questions the community asked in our email. We streamline charging! Exclamation point. Okay. Wow. So wait, the marching rules have all these updates. Wait, what? Streamline. Okay, you know what? Let's go to charging. Here we go. Charging, folks. Okay. You ready to have some fun? Hey, join the Patreon too, right? Because this is my job. Right now I'm making $15 a month. Thank you, Josh, and sorry for the late response. I was at the store. I didn't see that you joined Patreon. So right now I'm covering my gas bill to go to the store. That's it. But it is. My life choices are not your obligations. I'm not an altruist. I am a rational egoist. But if you think that I give you value for what I do concerning our hobby, then kick me a couple of bucks, right? Okay, declaring a charge. When declaring a charge, you may only choose one enemy regiment to be the target of your charge, and it must be within your front arc and within line of sight. You cannot choose more than one regiment as the target of a charge. You may only choose one enemy regiment to be the target of your charge. You cannot choose more than one regiment as the target of your charge. Now, some of you may think this is redundant. Diego, aren't they just saying in one sentence what they literally said in the other sentence? Yes. You know how many players I come across that think you can charge more than one regiment? Everybody. So you know what, Parabellum? Keep this in there. As a matter of fact, take this sentence right here, copy and paste it again, and then add a size 30 font for it. Okay? Roll a die. This is the charge roll. Add the charge roll to the regiment's lowest march characteristic. This is the charge distance. Okay? Fair enough. Kind of makes me not want to stick my March 5 characters into my March 6 regiments, but it is what it is, and it's an acceptable part of the game. I'm aware of it. If the charge distance is greater than or equal to the distance in inches between, so this really hasn't changed that much. Okay, cool. An enemy regiment is not a legal charge target if it is outside the maximum possible charge distance, taking into account all the special rules and abilities. Is this defined in the rules, or can we just get rid of this? If it's defined in the rules somewhere, then fine. Maybe it's in red somewhere. That would allow you to charge further away. Okay. Here we go, folks. Here we go. The whole point we play Conquest is charging and clashing. This is the reason why you play the game. Okay. If the charge is successful, you may now move the charging regiment into contact with the enemy regiment as if it were performing. I would like if you capitalize contact, because I know contact is actually a defined term. Contact is defined earlier. I'm not going to go to it, but that should be capitalized. Any concept or any word that you had that denotes a defined, a physical thing in the game that you have to do or observe, it should be capitalized. So contact should be capitalized right here. Wait, bruv, I have an idea, and I was thinking about it for a long time. If I use 2/3 units and block your own during the whole game, the chance can get bigger than 0. Oh, fair enough. Yes, the changes are in red. Yep. All right. Anyway, if the charge is successful, you may now move the charging regiment into contact with the enemy regiment. If it was as if it was performing a march action, and treat it as if it had a march characteristic equal to the charge distance, but may only move directly forward. This is called the charge move. Okay. The charge move can only move directly forward. I think I'm already going to catch an issue here. It's an issue I had before with charging, which I never brought up because it's very pedantic, but since I'm here to entertain you guys, why not? 14 viewers, holy cow. Nice. Your regiment is only permitted a single wheel up to 90 degrees following the wheeling rules. I have to check the wheeling rules, right? Performed at the beginning of the charge. So, here's the issue. And if this is addressed in the rules as I read further, that's fine. The charge move, this is called the charge move, can only move directly forward. You know what wheeling isn't? Directly forward. Because directly means a straight line, like directly forward. So, your regiment is only permitted a single wheel following the wheeling rules performed at the beginning of the charge, but before the charge move. You guys understand what I'm saying? Because unless I'm should have a page number when referring back to another section, plus have terms in bold. Yes. Terms in bold, yes. Because now you have a contradiction because here is the charge move, right? Here is the charge move. Wheeling is part of the charge move, but the charge move, remember, this is called the charge move. You may only move directly forwards. Now, let's go look under wheeling. I don't have bookmarks for this, so let's look under wheeling. To perform a wheel, a regiment pivots around one of its front corners using the distance traveled by the opposite corner as the distance traveled during the wheel. Okay, cool. The front corner moved as a result of that pivot may only move forwards, not directly forwards. So the rules actually tell you there's a difference between directly forwards and forwards. Once the wheel is completed, the regiment may then continue moving directly forward. So this actually tells you flat out there is a difference between a wheel and directly forwards. Are you guys catching this? So what they could do is this. Under wheeling, parabellum, please. Where there's no period after this paragraph, where there should be a period. Once again, I'm not trying to be rude on purpose. Period. This wheel is an exception to moving directly forward. That's what all you have to add there. This single wheel, or this wheel, is an exception to moving directly forward during the charge move. Because right now, during the charge move, as I'm reading it, you can't wheel at the start. This was actually present in the previous iteration of the rules, but I didn't say anything because why would I? All right. Bad spacing on the wheel section may wheel before the charge move. I was thinking about that if the wheel is not considered part of the charge move. I get that. So two separate entities. The issue, you might have terrain, and this came across one of my videos, I believe. Some terrain activates during the charge move. And if the wheel is not a charge move, you're going to have this real life thing where you have that free wheel through like dangerous terrain. I don't know if dangerous terrain acts like this, but this is just an example. Let's say dangerous terrain only triggers during a charge move. Then you'd have where the free wheel goes through like lava and doesn't trigger it because it's not the charge move. Then you're going to have this this cognitive issue with your opponent where your opponent is like, that's obviously a charge move. You should take hits for it. Actually, it's not part of the charge move. So wheeling should be part of the charge move, but it should have an exception to moving directly forwards. Okay, we get the issue here. I already made the caveat. I already made the caveat earlier in the video that if I don't understand a rule, it'll be clarified for me later on, which Tree Monkey here in the chat clarified the table edge thing for me earlier. So the rules actually do work as they intended. They just have to clarify what a table edge is better. So this is great. I like having this dialogue with you guys during a live stream. I was planning on either doing an edited video or a live stream, and I'm glad I did the live stream besides an edited video. Okay, let's go to... Oh! I see the spacing now. Yeah, performed at the beginning of the charge move. So the wheel is part of the charge move, but a charge move can only go directly forward. So yeah, Parabellum needs to make the wheeling an exception to moving directly forward. The purpose of this wheel is so the subsequent charge move and the final pivot. Thank you, because that was also an issue in the previous rules. Is that as written, when you're trying to engage as many stands, you have the initial wheel, the move directly forward and aligning the charge. Only the wheel needed to be used to engage as many stands as possible. Once you did the wheel, the other two parts of the charge moves didn't have to engage as many stands as possible. So there's some wonky, subjective player stuff going on there. The purpose of this wheel is so the subsequent charge move and final pivot, as will be explained later on, engages as many of the charging regiments and the target regiment stands as possible. The free wheel does not count. Oh! I thought I was going to be wrong there. As I was reading that, my brain kind of filled in. The wheeling does not count as charging, does not count as moving directly forward. For like a split second, I was happy to be wrong. But wheel does not count towards the charge distance moved. Okay. I'm still hoping to be wrong on that. Once the regiment is aligned, its once the regiment is aligned, its charge move may have it move through other friendly regiments. Aligned? Aligned camp is not a term. No, once the regiment is aligned? Aligned isn't a term. Aligned is only a term, I think, during the last closing the gate, right? Which I haven't read here. Like the initial wheel isn't aligning anything. It would be if in this paragraph here, it says the purpose of this wheel is so the purpose of the wheel is to align the charging regiment so that the subsequent charge moves. So now you know where aligning physically is on the table. Remember, guys, rules are concepts in your head, and they have to point to the physical actions. Okay? So the purpose of this wheel is to align the charging regiment so that the subsequent charge move, etc., etc., etc. Because without that, once the regiment is aligned, this doesn't mean anything. This doesn't exist in the rules. Align should be has completed its wheel. Yes, cool, good suggestion. Align should be has completed its free initial wheel. There you go. Cool. We got it. Moving on. Its charge move may have it move through other friendly regiments not currently in contact with an enemy regiment, provided that at the end of its activation, it does not end up in an illegal position. Yes. If the charging regiment cannot complete its charge move against the target regiment because its path is blocked by another enemy regiment, garrison terrain, or impassable terrain, the charge action automatically fails. Yes! I like that. Very clear. Thank you. A charging regiment may come within 1 inch of other enemy regiments, garrison terrain, and impassable terrain during a charge move. On a side note, I never understood why there was this 1 inch restriction for impassable terrain. Because all that does is increase the size of impassable terrain by 1 inch by this little invisible barrier around the physical terrain. Maybe testers know why. Maybe you guys know why. But in my opinion, just remove impassable terrain from this 1 inch thing completely. Just get it out of there. I don't know why that exists. Anyway, that's not the important part of what we're reading here. However, it may not come into contact with an enemy regiment or a piece of terrain it did not declare a charge against as part of its charge action. Okay. See, impassable terrain is not even mentioned there. Household Knight's happy noises. once the wheel's completed. Yeah, you guys are good, man. Sorry if I don't catch up with chat, because I don't want... The point of you guys watching this is for me to go over the rules. But I'll get to your chat eventually. So far, so good. So we know you wheel, you can move over stuff, you hit stuff, you're done. Clear. And I like the fact that this maximum engagement is at the beginning of the paragraph. I'm not saying I suggested it. I'm sure other people have. But I'm glad that that's here. Because now you know that everything afterwards serves this purpose of engaging as many stands as possible. Great. I love it. I love it. Good. Thank you. Here we go, guys. Here's the important part. Here's where I've been beating my head against a hard rock since 1.51. Since November, when I pointed this out. And I was kind of snubbed a couple weeks ago in Discord, but let's not get into that. As soon as the charging regiment contacts the target regiment, it stops moving. Well, the charging regiment should stop moving. Then it engages the target regiment stands by pivoting up to 90. So engages, okay, fair enough. Pivoting up to 90 at the point the regiments come in contact in a movement similar to closing a door. To be fair, no one closes a door on the edge of a door. A door just closes on the hinge. So you now correctly point out, let's say I have a regiment here. Do I have stands here? No, I don't. I have a regiment here and a regiment here. Then it engages the target regiment stands by pivoting up to 90 at the point the regiments come in contact. So right here, not the edge, but right here, up to 90. Until both the charging regiment's front and the target regiment are in contact on the charged facing. Good, they put the charged facing there. Awesome. I'm liking this so far. So the charged facing, you have to figure out, I think it's after this, right? Yeah, here. Oh, let's go over charged facing real quick. A regiment charges a target regiment in the facing the majority of its stands are in when the charge action is declared. In the case where a charging regiment has an equal amount of stands in more than one facing, then the charging regiments may choose which facing to charge into. Yes! I'm not wearing pants, otherwise I would do a dance. Yes, thank you, because I understand that Parabellum wanted to make sure that players weren't always trying to cheese their way into the side of the regiments, but practically, ostensibly in the game, when you would do this, players always wondered why they just can't go into the side. Like, I come across them all the time, but now you allow them that option if the stand is 50-50. So I gotta fire up the Photoshop. I have to fire up the Photoshop. Okay, let's go with the green screen. I don't think my green screen is going to work. Hold on. Give me a second, guys. Oh, it is working. Wow. It worked. Okay, so hold on. I need my color backing. There we go. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and do this. Okay, cool. I got my little pen over here. See my little pen? Cool. All right. And I'm not in the right. Oh, I am actually. There we go. You can see this? Cool. So here is the target regiment. This is the target regiment. And this is my my arc for the facing, right? We all get that. Okay, I'm not going to... It's actually kind of hard to see. Hold on. You know what? Let's do this. There we go. We got it, right? So now, if I have a regiment that's like this, and the charging regiment is declaring a charge from that position, it will now hit over here. And then now I have the choice of either closing the gate this way or closing the gate into the side, which means you will now be rewarded as an aggressive player, as a charging player, for getting this position here. Which means the battlefield is now going to be more dynamic. Because before, the game just stopped at this point. You really couldn't play the game. But 50-50 at declaration, not when they contact. Yeah. Keep in mind, we're talking about stands, because I know a lot of people, me included, when we would do this this line for the arc, we would, if it bisected, if it bisected a stand, we would judge where most of that stand is. That's not what the rule says. So basically, and it's not going to be perfect. For some reason, let's do this. Hold on. Okay, you see this, right? Here's a stand. That's actually not good. Let's do this. Here's a stand. And here's a stand, right? Right there. You see how there's this little nub right here? You see that little nub right there? Half the stands are in the front and half the stands are in the side. You can pick. So this is the definitive way that you do this. There is no majority of a stand. To clarify, let's go back to the rule here. I have like 5 different windows open up. There we go. Hold on. The majority of its stands, in the case where a charging regiment has an equal amount of stands. And that's it. So from henceforth, this bisecting thing that we play, throw it out the window. Doesn't exist. Stop with this. The majority of the middle stand is in the side, so it must go into the side. No, it can now go either in the front or the side, whichever benefits me as the attacker, which I like, because this game should benefit the attacker for being aggressive and doing attacky things. And it also makes supremacies like the Jarls that activate in the side, as long as you're not playing against Dweg, actually matter. Okay, I'm actually happy for clarification that helps new players and veterans to actually play one single rule set and not a Vanguard ID. Okay, yeah, I gotcha. Is engages as many stands as possible per stand or per regiment? Per stand. Let's go back to the rules. At the beginning of the charge move, well, not technically, it's right here, but the purpose of this wheel is so the subsequent charge move and final pivot. So the wheel, the charge move, and the final pivot, all of them are following this rule right here. Engages as many of the charging regiments and target regiments stands as possible. Stands. So going back to the little diagram here, let's just get rid of all this. Interesting thing you brought this up. Hold on, where's my marker? Okay, cool. So here we go. Remember, if you guys watched my video on how charging works, also thank you Parabellum for all these rules updates, because now I can make new videos. Thank you. You still have to engage as many stands as possible. So as a new player in this game, you don't really follow a list of A, B, C, and D, and then follow through. You're supposed to start at D. Start at the D, right? You're supposed to mentally project, future cast, maximum engagement first, and then you do the charge move. So even though the charging regiment here is in both the front facing and the side facing of the target regiment, you still have to kind of mentally project which one gives you the most engagement. So yes, even though you can choose the facing, if you are bisected, you are still held by the you must engage as many possibles. Now, we can sit here and have 500 concrete ostensive examples of this, and that. But number one, you have to engage as many stands as possible. And then number two, if the engagement in the front, let's say the number is 5, don't worry about what they are, and the engagement on the side is also 5, then you have the choice. But if the engagement on the front is 5 and the engagement on the side is 3, then you could still only close the gate on the front. You guys getting this? So in your example, charging regiment cannot charge the side. In this example, how I'm drawn correct, I can only charge the side. Because if I'm pivoting right here, actually in this example, I can't even engage the front. I don't even know, that's not even possible. But the example should not destroy the principle. I guess if this was like over here. Okay, yeah. I see what you're saying. If this whole... Can I just grab this thing? Nope. Hold on. This was just moved over here. Then you're correct. Then, or maybe... Yeah, but I just talked about it. We can go through 1,000 examples. But as long as you guys understand the principle, you first have to... Hold on. You first have to engage as many stands as possible. And if the engagement are equal, or if the engagement is equal, whatever the correct term is for that, right? Let's say 5 and 5, then you can choose. We got this? Oh, wow, you almost never be able to side flank charge if you can charge the front because there's more stands. Yes. Because you're going to hit maybe this one here, this one here. But sometimes players do this. You naughty Legionnaire users, or people now playing Dweg in the store with giant bricks. So you might only have 2 stands here and 2 stands there to engage. Either way, you guys get the principle, right? So to hit the side charge, you'll have to be the majority side, not split evenly. Correct. Yes, correct. Or no, split evenly. 5 and 5. 5 and 5. Because in the rule, first you check the equal amount of stands. And if it's even, if your engagement is a maximum amount of stands possible, you choose, right? You can engage 3 of your stands on a single stand in the flank. No, it's not just your stands, it's total stands. Correct. Correct. So in this example here, actually it's not kind of... Like this guy here, let's say he was off to the right a little bit more. As a matter of fact, here's where I could do the thing, right? Hold on. Can I capture it? Where is it? Can I capture it? It's not capturing it. I need this to be visible. I need that to be visible. I think this has to be in front. Or is it just this? Why am I not writing anything? Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. So if this guy here was, I'm going to try to, was like over here, it's not going to be perfect. I'm not even looking at what I'm drawing. You can choose either this side or this side initially, but you have to mentally project if the regiment locks up over here, right? 1, 2. You're engaging here, 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 and here, here, and here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You have 7 over here, right? Where's my thing? This is kind of weird. But if you are over here, here, and here, it's just going to be 1, 2, 1, 2, and 1. That's 5. Even if this bottom stand was at the top, was over here, it would be the same thing. So the initial charge, the initial facing, you can pick the sides, right? But you still have to engage as many stands as possible. So now that you guys watched this video and you're teaching new players how to do this, they may say, but I have equal amount of stands in both facings, so I can choose where I want to go. You have to kindly inform them over here. Correct, but you still have to engage as many as possible. So you're only limited to the front. So anyway, you guys get this, right? Hopefully we got this. Hopefully we got this. Cool. All right. I see some of you in my chat haven't watched my old charge video. Just watch it. Okay. Give me money. I want money. All right. So let's go back to the rules, the charge stuff. So I do like the fact that they finally put in you pivot at that point. And they also, because they're going to add the issue of how the pivot can go either way. So the pivot that goes either way is limited by the initial facing where your stands are. But what trumps that is maximum engagement. We got it? Moving on. It's actually very clear. Thank you, Parabellum. Thank you. You should have more pictures for this stuff, personally, but that's just me. Pictures aren't rules, but unfortunately, you know, what can I say? I will watch a new charge video so I can get everything in that one wrong too. Whoops. Anyway, I'm just creating drama. If the charging regiment cannot pivot flush to the... This is what I wanted, guys. This is it. This is the big one here coming up. I know I'm doing the thing, right? It's like the cliffhanger at the end of, like, you know, the mid-season Star Trek. You don't know whether Picard is Borg or not, or what's going to happen. Here we go. If the charging regiment cannot pivot flush to the target regiment because of terrain or another regiment being in the way, then the target regiment pivots in order to bring its charged facing into contact with the charging regiment's front arc. Okay, so far we have this. So far we have this. This is the target regiment, and this is the charging regiment. And let's say, I know we have scale here, folks. I get it. We have scale here. Let's say you have another regiment here, okay? Let me look at the rule real quick. Yeah, so another regiment. It doesn't care whether it's friendly or enemy. So right here, you see this? Because of terrain or another regiment being in the way. So this guy here can be a friendly to you, and it will still block you. Okay? Keep that in mind. And it's not an engaged regiment. It's just a regiment chilling all by itself. We got this so far, right? Let's go back to the rule. Then the target regiment... Okay, so because the charging regiment... If the charging regiment cannot pivot flush to the target regiment because of something's in the way, so the charging regiment cannot pivot, right? That's a big no. To the target regiment. We get it, right? We get it so far. Then the target regiment pivots in order to bring its charged facing into contact with the charging regiment's front arc. Ooh, I already see an issue in here, but I'm going to get to this afterwards. So now the target regiment has to now bring its charged facing into the target regiment's. I'm sorry, the target regiment must bring its charged facing into the charging regiment's front arc. Okay, we get this so far. Okay, makes sense. Let's see if the issue I have in my head is cleared up over here. I know I have things floating on the screen, just whatever. We'll put it right here. Or I could just do this, not be lazy. In the case where the target regiment is already engaged with another regiment, it does not pivot and the charge action automatically fails. Cute. So, that is describing this situation right here. There's a regiment. There's a regiment, right? Okay? And this is the target regiment. And this is a friendly to you. It doesn't really matter. Well, it's engaged, so it has to be friendly to you. And this is not going to be drawn to scale properly. So let's do this. And the charging regiment declared a charge against this target regiment, right? If you can't go flush with this little space here, okay, and the target regiment obviously is engaged, so it can't flush to you, it's a failed charge. Remember, once again, in Conquest, you're supposed to future cast your movements. So let's say I am playing Mr. Tree Monkey here in the chat. And this is my regiment here. Remember that initial wheel? I do that initial wheel, the free wheel, and then I go forward. And then I find out that when my target regiment hits this engaged regiment, and then I try to close the gate this way under the new rules, but the corner of my regiment hits my own friendly regiment, meaning I cannot come flush. That is my fault. Now, I know most players are going to do the thing, or you can go ahead and go back and align the wheel in such a way that when you do come in contact and flush, you'll be like this, right? You're going to end up like this. Remember, there are no take-backsies in Conquest. If you F up the initial wheel and you find yourself unable to align with the target regiment, you have failed the charge. Remember that for tournament play, folks. For teaching people, of course, you let them take things back so they learn, or to get their eyes better for charging. But yeah, get screwed, yo, for not being a pro at moving your stuff. This rewards players for having skill and experience at charging properly. It is great to see examples of these real models, not in this video, obviously, but maybe in another. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, yeah, like having the models. You could do that, right? Live or die by your charging. Yes, absolutely. Live or die by your charging. Now, remember, folks, when you're playing someone new or you are new and you're learning the game, you take things back. You just have fun. You're learning the game. But at some point when you enter an event, a tournament, and you are playing somebody, you're playing me, and let's say you're new, and you do the charge in such a way where you cannot come in contact with me, when I say, no, sir, that's a failed charge, you don't get mad at me. It's not my fault. We're not altruists here. I'm not here to sacrifice my enjoyment of the game because you charged incorrectly and you want take backsies. Nope. It's a failed charge. Get out of here. And likewise, when I fail my charges and I ask for a take back, do not allow it. Stop. Anyway, that's just Diego's takes on tournament play. Moving on. See failing a charge further below. We're going to get into failing a charge in a bit. So far, I like everything they've done with the charge rules. So far, everything is great. Except the direct forward thing. That needs to be fixed. But I'm curious. No, they didn't put that in the intent. I'm curious. So no. So flat out, this here at the beginning needs to be fixed. Where the charging the free wheel. People have already given suggestions in the chat because that currently contradicts the directly forward part of the charge move. But besides that, Parabellum, this is all loving it so far. Should your opponent have placed their regiments in such a way as to make it impossible to come into contact with the target regiment without coming into contact with another regiment as well, including friendly regiments now? I'm curious here. Once a regiment is aligned, its charge move may have it move through friendly regiments currently not in contact. Okay. Should your opponent have placed their regiments in such a way as to make it impossible to come in contact with the target regiment, should your opponent have placed their regiments in such a way? Okay, there's already like 1,000 issues in here. My brain's falling apart. Let me just read the whole thing without going through all these issues. Should your opponent have placed their regiments in such a way as to make it impossible to come into contact with the target regiment without coming into contact with another regiment as well, push the offending unengaged enemy regiment to a maximum of 1 inch directly away from the charging regiment and complete the pivot. A regiment that is being pushed in this way performs a 1 inch move directly away from the charging regiment, even if that move will require the regiment to move diagonally, moving a full 1 inch. I already have like a million problems with this issue. Damn. Hopefully I'm just reading all this wrong and you guys can correct me. Okay. My brain has to reset for a second. Okay. Hold on. Okay, back to some pictures here. And these pictures are going to hover over the rules. It's just how it's going to be. So I can read the rules here. Let me do this. Hold on. Color. This is under tier list, right? What is giving this? Hold on. What's giving this thing? Oh, that's Photoshop. I thought I got rid of that. Photoshop. Why you do me bad like this? Why you do me wrong like this? No, what the hell's going on? Hold on. Let's do this. Let's do this. Oh, I think I know why. Am I a doo-doo head? I'm a doo-doo head. Yeah. Leave me alone. Leave me and my son alone, please. Okay, there we go. It's a little better. All right, here we go. I have to read the rules there and draw over here. Now since I have room to draw, let's move this down a little bit. There we go. And for the color block, I think the color block has to go here? No, what the hell? Let's put it right here. So now if I draw on this, right? What? Shut up. Okay, cool. We got it. We're good. As they say in the hood, we Gucci, fam. Can't wait till you get to volleying. Oh my god, leave me alone, please. My green screen's going crazy. Whatever. Technically, if I cannot pivot to the front, then I am not engaged in any stands. Therefore, I can engage the flank because that's more stands. Okay, let's go over this. Here we go. Where are my limits for drawing here? I gotta see my limits. Hold on. I need this line. Is it right there? Oh, the line's actually right there. And where's my limit? Okay, so right here. Got it. All right, so that's the target regiment. We got it, right? Cool. And this is the charging regiment. All right, cool. That's the charging regiment. We got it, right? Easy. And we've already established that to engage the maximum amount of stands possible, actually, this takes into context a lot of things. So I have to do this first. Here's where I like Conquest, but it is not intuitive to new players, and they have to learn this. I have to move everything. Here's one. Here's another. Here is another stand, okay? So this is the target regiment. This is the charging regiment. And this is, we're going to put an enemy regiment. E for enemy, not engaged. E for enemy. We got this so far, right? Remember, when you are before you declare a charge, everything has to end up with the maximum amount of engaged stands, which means you're going to have to take a template. I advise all you guys to do this. Take a template. Then you're going to have to place the template over here. Because with the template now hovering, you have to see if this enemy stand can actually move 1 inch away to allow you to close the gate properly. If you find out that you cannot do this, then the front arc is not even a legal facing that you can charge. If you have a choice between the front and the side. Remember, this is under the example of you can choose which facing you want. But because you're future casting and you know that the front arc is off limits, you now have a choice of this. Here's where it gets a little weird. You now have to mentally project that initial wheel. That initial wheel is going to have to allow you to bring this regiment's edge in, the charging regiment's edge in, so you do not push the engaging regiment less than 1 inch, because if it's less than 1 inch, you can't close the gate. So let's say the final position using a template, you find it's like over here, because this regiment over here is now pushed over 1 inch, and your final position is here. We get this now, right? We get this. Okay? We got it. And this has moved over 1 inch. It's not to scale, but that's it. We get it, right? But you also had the side as well. Remember the side? So you now have to also figure out what the engagement is on the side. So you have to keep in mind what the final legal position is for all legal facings you can take here and here. So basically you have this kind of mess. And then you have to find out the maximum engaged stands. So let's say over here, this stand is engaged with 1 and 2. This stand is engaged with just 1, and this stand is engaged with 0. So you have 3. I'm just going to delete this. So we have 3 for the front. Okay? We have 3. But if you're able to do this, and you're 1, 2, 3, it's also 3, right? That's how that works. It's also 3. So as the charger, you could actually choose which side you want. But you've had to have known where this regiment is going to end up after moving an inch. So there is a lot of future casting in this game that needs to be done, which I like as an experienced player. It may not be intuitive for new players. And I got to make a 9-hour video on charging again. And I'm gonna make like 5,000 examples. But for whatever reason, let's say the maximum engaged stands you can get in the front was 2, because this regiment couldn't move far enough, and the side was 3. Your only legal facing you could have ever charged against is the side. This was always true. What I'm saying now is not new. You have always had to have future casted where you're going to go. But thank you, Parabellum. Thank you. This is a big thumbs up for letting me know that I can no longer take my regiment and sweep this MFer away like 50 feet. Thank you. I now know that that regiment can only move an inch, and it makes future casting infinitely better. So for the past 5 minutes, it was basically saying thank you, Parabellum, for being more clear on that. But are they clear with all the rules? Let's find out, shall we? So we get this so far, right? Cool. Here's where my brain was falling apart. Maybe I'm wrong here. Let me know, guys, okay? Should your opponent have placed their regiments in such a way as to make it impossible to come into contact with the target regiment without coming into contact with another regiment as well? Another regiment is not their regiment, because this here can be friendly to me. So what does this sentence mean? Because my opponent has placed their regiments in such a way, it does make sense now that I'm reading this out loud. So if the target regiment, this is the enemy regiment, is here, and I have a friendly regiment here. It does. Yeah, it works just as written. Wow. Whoever wrote this, bravo. Because I was thinking, right? Hold on. No, we want the Photoshop and the, okay. Because I was thinking that because you can move over friendly regiments, you would just move over the regiment over here, the other friendly regiment over here, right? That one. But you can still move over it. You just can't end on top of it. And if you end on top of it, you have to push it like 1 inch away. So you know what? What the issues I had in my mind are gone. This is actually well written. Bravo, bravo. All right, I'm liking this. Push the offending unengaged. That's the issue. Push the offending unengaged enemy regiment. If this is a friendly regiment and the charging regiment is going to end up like this, I don't push the friendly regiment. It only says, yeah, can't push friendlies per the raw. Yeah. So funny enough, you can block yourself harder than your opponent can block you. Or if you are the opponent and you don't want to be charged by dragon slayers, just shove yourself in front of a regiment that probably has already activated, and they can't charge you. In essence, you can use the, if this is me here, I can use the opponent's regiment against him to block charging regiments. An overlap causes failed charges. Well, you can overlap during the charge, but the final position, once the alignment is done, if you're overlapping, correct, it's a failed charge. Yeah. I don't know if they intended this or not. Once again, rules as intended, I don't care. This is how it's currently played. Interesting. So positioning matters big time. Um, I like this. Now that I understand it, it's fine. I get, I was about to say I guess X, but that's guessing intent. And the rules work. There's no ambiguity here now that we've read it. The rules actually work. Stay 1 inch away from the enemy regiment to prevent charges or limit stand engagement. Charge through, yeah. You can charge through your own stuff. You just can't end on top of it. Charge through your own stuff that's not engaged. So far, this has all been covered pretty well. A regiment that is being pushed in this way performs a 1 inch move directly away from the charging regiment, even if that move will require the regiment to move diagonally. Now, once again, this doesn't tell you the direction. What should be added here is the owner of a regiment that is being pushed in this way performs a 1 inch move away from the charging regiment as he or she sees fit, even if that move will require. Because this implies, this friendly regiment here, right, the one with the arrow pointing to it. Let's say it's the enemy one, because now it has to be enemy, right? So if Bob is the defending player and Diego is the attacking player, Bob gets to move this regiment here however he sees fit, as long as it's only 1 inch away. But that gives more clarity to what move is possible. If that makes sense. Okay, let's go over some questions here. My confusion is, let's say when I charge, my maximum engage stands on the front is more than the flank, ignoring intervening terrain. However, I cannot pivot on the front due to intervening terrain. I cannot pivot on the front? Well, that's the thing. You can't ignore intervening terrain when you're imagining the engaging in the first place. It's a failed charge. Yes, it's a failed charge. Directly away is defined explicitly in other games. Don't think it's explicit here. No, it's not defined here. It is it 1 inch from the center of the regiment or closest point of the regiment? Well, contact is defined. If you look here in the bottom paragraph, with the target regiment without coming into contact with another regiment. So once you come into contact, you're going to come into contact. You come into the contact. So let's go to this picture over here. Let's get rid of a whole bunch of this garbage. You don't need all this stuff. The charging regiment here, you're either future casting it with a template or you're actually physically moving it. Hopefully you've marked where your original location is in case you have to go back to where you were, right? You find out that when you're doing this pivot over here, right? Okay, we get that. And you come into contact with this right here. And this is after this regiment has moved 1 inch away. So you've tried all possible 1 inches being moved away. it's failed. So the distance is just between two regiments. And it serves where you want to end that regiment up after the charge. Directly away from the contact point. I see what you're saying because it's not saying where the inch is. It would have to be, but you're correct. That would have to be put into the rules. 1 inch away from when both regiments met contact, or the contact point between both regiments. So I like that little addition you have in there. Is it needed? Yes, it is. Because you read this and you asked that question. Should be away from the charging unit. Correct. He's just asking, where is the 1 inch measured from? In practical terms, it would have to be the contact point. Otherwise, there's no point in measuring the inch. But the rule should state that 1 inch directly away from the point where both regiments made contact after the 1 inch move. Okay. So far, there's nothing game breaking here, except for the initial directly move for the charge, which we covered earlier. All the game breaking stuff that I came up with for the last charge rule iteration is pretty much gone here. I like this. I like this. Okay. Who else thinks that this is better than what we just had yesterday? Raise your hand. I think this is better. I didn't ask if it was perfect. I asked if it was better. This is already a lot better. If they can just clean up this malarkey here, hold on, with the directly moving part and the wheel not being part of moving directly forward, which is a contradiction. If they clean this up with this sentence structure issue here, the charge move is the best I've ever seen in this game. It's the best. Like it's great. Like, thank you, Parabellum. This is amazing. Let's look at failed charge. This is the important thing. Ooh, there's more here. Ooh! This 1 inch push does not allow the regiment to end up in an illegal position. If that 1 inch push is still not enough for the regiment to complete the charge, then the charge action automatically fails. So you have to make sure that 1 inch is enough. So you can't really game that 1 inch. 1 inch from the center, that 1 inch has to be enough to move out of the way. Okay. Made the charging even better. Okay, let's timestamp 150. Holy cow. 158.15. This is a charging through. I've been waiting for these charge rules since 2011. Eric, these are great. These are great. Should just have a definitive direction and show an example of diagonal movement. Yes, I agree with you. The direction of the move, the push, should be defined, or it should just flat out say the owner of the regiment that is being pushed 1 inch away decides the direction of the move as long as it leads into a legal position, where it's defined over here. It must be in a legal position. So just basically saying the owner of the regiment moves it wherever he wants, 1 inch. That's perfect. Just perfect. You have 1 inch of movement. Done. Charging through. Actually, charging through. Let's make a real timestamp here. 25. Charging through. And let's redo this. Okay, charging through. A regiment is allowed to move through friendly regiments that are not in contact with an enemy regiment when performing a charge action. This can be the result of a charge action, but also as part of the sequence of actions, such as marching, then charging. I like that. If the combined movement total of the actions is not enough to completely clear the friendly regiment, or if there's not enough space for the charging regiment to completely clear the friendly regiment. I like that space. That's good. Then the charging action automatically fails. See failing a charge further below. Okay, so far a lot of these rules have pointed us towards failing a charge. We already did the facing. Let's go into failing a charge. And failing a charge also gets its own timestamp. Failing a charge. There's a lot here. I like this. Everything got redone. Parabellum, why are you so beautiful? Thank you. You did. If you're watching this, you know, I don't know who exactly does these things. I'm told it's a person, but I don't know who really does it. If you're watching this, thank you for not waiting until Gen Con for this, because I like enjoying my games and keeping new players in the game. Thank you. Should have been out 2 months ago, but whatever. Failing a charge. If the regiment's charge distance is less than the distance between the charging regiment and the target regiment, the charge has failed. Simple. Oh, hold on. We got some stuff here. I'm sure there still will be some minor ambiguities after we test the rules out for a month or so. Absolutely. There's going to be something, but this is already a million times more clear. This allows me to say with more certainty when I'm playing with somebody that the error we've occurred in the game is not due to the rules. It's due to either you playing the game incorrectly or I am playing the game incorrectly. And that's a position that Parabellum wants to be in. The fault of any problems is the fault of the players, not the rules, right? Allows for a march charge that goes over a unit between two actions. Cool. Yep. That was allowed before, but it wasn't written clear. Now it is written more clear. So I'm glad it's written this way. If the charging regiment cannot complete its charge move against the target, if the charging regiment cannot complete its charge move against the target regiment because its path is blocked by another enemy regiment, garrison terrain, or impassable terrain, it stops its charge move, halting 1 inch away from an enemy regiment and any piece of garrison terrain. I like that, but because before, even though I included it in my video, when you'd stop because of a failed charge move, you just stopped in contact with the enemy regiment. You couldn't move back. Even though I said in the video, you moved back, that's because I didn't want to include a million. I was trying to help people learn to charge, not, hello, welcome to Broken Rules, the game. I was being optimistic in that video, but I'm glad they cleared this up. So if you do this, boom, and you hit a thing, you now do this. Skirp, you move 1 inch back. Thank you. Beautiful. Love it. Can you check the image example I posted in the rules channel on Discord and tell me if you agree with this interpretation of which facing passes on page? I'm not going to put it on screen because Discords are private. I'm going to take a quick look at it, and if I think I covered it in the facings part of my video, which I did maybe like an hour ago, 50 minutes ago, I'll let you know. But give me a second to take a look at it. And this is not on stream, right? No, it's not. Sorry, this is boring, guys. Just give me a quick second. Rules. 129 new messages, bro. Hold on. No. That's from. Let's jump to present. Okay. In the left example, 1 stand is fully in a front facing, 3 stands to charge. It's fully. And the center stance trials. You're correct. I covered this earlier. You're 100% correct. If a regiment is bisected, you choose the facing. But you are still limited to maximum engagement during the charge. So you may choose, when you hit the regiment, which facing to be in. But before that ever happens, You have to future cast. Is maximum engagement in the front or is maximum engagement in the side? And I covered this for like 20 minutes, 30 minutes in the video, so I won't go over it again right now. But you are correct in your initial assumption. You do pick the facing with the caveat that the facing must also have maximum engaged stands. Okay, cool. So moving on to what we're doing here. Failing a charge. If during the charge through part of a charge, and charge through is charging through. It is in here, right? Okay, I like that. It's defined. I like that. If during the charge through part of a charge, the combined movement total of the action does not completely, you read all that, right? Oh, no. Is not enough to completely clear friendly regiment, the charge is failed. The charging regiment is immediately, the charging regiment immediately moves the minimum amount needed to no longer overlap. Okay, so this has this example. If my regiment up here is charging an enemy regiment down here, but I have a regiment right here, and I don't have enough to clear it, I don't go back that 1 inch. I go back where we are in contact, and that's where we end. So it's like this, boom, and then boom. If this was an enemy regiment, I would do this, boom, like right there, like 1 inch. Okay. And both regiments become broken. Clear as day. I like this. Thank you. Clear as day. I like this. If during the finalizing the charge part of the charge, the regiment has made contact with the target regiment, but neither one can pivot flush, the charging regiment performs a 1 inch move directly away from the target regiment from the position the charging regiment was when it initially made contact. It should actually say to the position, I think. Oh, no. From the position the charging regiment was when it initially made contact, moving backwards a full 1 inch, halting 1 inch away from the enemy regiment and any piece of terrain. Bro, they added so many words in that paragraph that there's no ambiguity. I love it. Basically, you do this, you can't do this, you can't do this. So what you do is this. You failed. So you don't go back to your original position. If halting 1 inch away from an enemy regiment and any piece of terrain is not possible, it halts as far as possible, and the player ensures that its next activation will bring it in a legal position. The garrison or enemy terrain. Should an unengaged enemy regiment or regiments be pushed 1 inch during the process of finalizing the charge, then that pushed regiment return to where they were. I like that. During our like half an hour long example, remember there's like let's go back over here, right? So this little dude over here, if you're playing a game where instead of future casting with a template, you're actually, moving forward, charging, right? Then you try to move the regiment the enemy regiment 1 inch away, and you find out you can't clear it. So you're still going to make contact here in the center, right? Like right here in the center. Like you cannot steer clear. Okay. Let's go back to the rules. That pushed regiment returns to where they were before that push. So that clarifies that question. So once you figure out everything was failed, this little guy over here on the left that went 1 inch, he now simply goes back 1 inch. It resets his position. So this guy gets his position reset, but the charging regiment doesn't. The charging regiment, actually, let's get rid of all this stuff here. Hold on. The charging regiment actually gets pushed back 1 inch backwards, because it literally says backwards, and that's where you stop. Nice. I am loving this. Oh my God. I am loving this. What? Hell yeah. If a regiment fails a charge action, it loses all other actions remaining this round, and its activation ends. Clearly breaking down the separate solutions where you can fail a charge. Love it. Yes! In my mind right now, without sitting here and spending a month of testing, the only problem I have with charging is the initial move directly forward and how the wheel isn't a move directly forward. If that is fixed, Warhammer Fantasy, in the garbage you go. Parabellum is making a concrete foundation for the game now to when Warhammer Fantasy Battles comes out, I can easily say to people, don't bother. Parabellum as a company fully supports rank and flank. GWs, this is like a side thing that they're coming out with 2 armies, and the rules are better at Parabellum. And it's also one of those issues where, let's say you have an Xbox and a PlayStation, and they're the same generation, but the Xbox came out 3 years prior and has a library of games. So this conversation is not going to come up anymore. You know, there are more armies in Conquest, but the rules kind of suck. So let's try Warhammer Fantasy. That's no longer a thing because of the charge fix. I can now tell people, don't bother with Warhammer Fantasy. Conquest has more armies and the rules work. It's the same thing. Just play Conquest. Like, I have that confidence to say that now. I am not a fanboy for a company dogmatically. I only play games which give me value in playing them. And if the charge rules were this muddy when Fantasy came out, I would have easily sold all my Conquest crap and played Fantasy if I could actually physically play the game. But now that's no longer the case. I can say that. Right? I would play Song of Fire and Ice, but the problem is I don't like the IP. I don't like all human armies. I like fantasy crap. As overpowered as Dweg are, I like dwarves and dragons and zombies and elves. I can't deal with this game has 10 armies and they're all humans. Boring! Especially since I know the last season of every game I play in Song of Fire and Ice is truncated and hastily done and has a disappointing ending. What do you want, kitty? I'm going to have to give the kitty some treats. Give me 1 second. You want some treats? Hold on. Oh! Come here. You want some treats? Yeah, morale. Come here. Come here. Come here. There you go. You want some treats? Okay. Okay. Oh my God. You saw my boxers. That's okay. Nothing bannable. All right. Just have to put the wheel before the charge move, not the start of it. Yes. Yes. Oh, this is great. My gosh, I love this. Unfortunately, being happy with the company does not drum up as much drama as I need for viewers, but you know what? Whatever. I'll invent thumbnails to get people to watch my videos anyway. Did Parabellum kill 3 babies? And when you click on it, it says Parabellum's great. They nurture babies. Click achieved. Did you say you interpreted the witch facing rules as being somehow contingent on maximizing? No, the facing rules are different than the charging rules. The facing rules, ooh, I see what you're saying. Ooh, I see what you're saying. Ooh. Good catch. Which facing? A regiment charges a target regiment in the facing. The majority of its stands are in when the charge action is declared. So If you have a choice between the front and the side, you choose before any movement is done, meaning engagement is not even a question. So if I can future cast 20 engaged stands in the front and 1 engaged stand in the side, but that is done after I choose the facing, I'll charge it on the side for the 1. Good catch. See, that's why I have to do a charging video on this. Good catch. Damn, Eric. For being a dweg female sex worker of the night, you sure are helpful here during the stream. You know, we're on YouTube, so I can't use the word whore. You dweg whore. All right. Good catch, man. God dog. I like this. Of course, I'm going to forget all this when I do my charging video, and you're going to correct me again. I'll do it on purpose for drama. 2 plus charge is an idiot. That's your thumbnail. 2 plus charge is an idiot. He can't feed himself. You know, put the drooling stuff on my mouth. Yeah, wow. Good stuff. Good stuff, Eric. Now sell your dweg. All right. Failed charge is all pretty nice here. Okay, so let's go back to the designer stuff. I know we're back here, right? Charge rules were clarified. Wheeling is now clarified and made clear that it is always done forwards. So there is no wheeling backwards, huh? Let's go ahead and check that out. Hold on. Yes, I did kill 3 2 plus charge kills babies. Now, don't clip that and take it out of context, because all that would do is drive people to my channel. Nobody would ever help me out with drama now, would they? 2 plus charge kills babies. All right, let's go over to the rules. Those are the old rules. I don't need the old rules anymore. Let's keep the old rules up, but go over here. Let's look at wheeling now. I might have to timestamp wheeling. Wheeling is done under moving. There are no bookmarks here. Did they give us bookmarks? No. My own PDF, I made bookmarks, but I don't have bookmarks here. Wheeling, here it is. So I'm curious. Oh, let's see. The front corner moved as a result of that pivot may only move forwards. Yep. Wheeling, you cannot wheel backwards anymore, even during the march. So you can march backwards. Right. Yeah, you can march backwards or sideways, but at half its regular march distance. But wheeling is now only forwards. So there's no longer you can march to wheel backwards anymore. Okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Streamlined and updated certain rules and draw events. Okay, here's where I'm going to now go through the rules. Timestamp this, and this is just going to be everything. So let's go ahead and have some fun. It's going to be 2, 19, 10, all rules, and I might break this down on my own. Oh God. So let's look at all the other rules that have been updated. I think this is the final part. Oh, there's still more. Oh my God, this is not going to end. When can I have lunch? Okay. This is great. I love this. Page 15. We're just going to go through everything. Okay, here, hold on. Let's do this. Volley seems to be its only thing. Volley, terrain, legal formations regarding character stands. So volley, and terrain, we're going to keep out of this. Let's now go through the entire book quickly. All right. Sorry if this makes you queasy. Let's back up a little bit. I'm sure you guys can still read this font, right? Looking for red stuff. Legal formations. In a case of an incomplete rearmost rank, stands must be placed as centered as possible. Thank you. Everyone still puts their stands on the sides. Thank you. Must be in the back, in the center. Thank you. Looking for red. Looking for red. Under characteristics. Under characteristics. We can zoom in one more, right? There we go. Unless stated otherwise, when a special rule, draw, event, rule, or ability provides a bonus to a characteristic or to the X value of a special rule or draw event, whilst, come on, you guys aren't British. You guys aren't GW. Take this whilst crap out. You're Greek. Put like PETA in there. Draw event, PETA also establishing a maximum value to it. That limitation remains for as long as that rule affects the regiment. Cool. So if a rule gives a regiment +1 to march and somehow you lost that rule, that's gone. Let's see the example. Let's see. Result characters of 4. Situation requires you to take an unmodified morale test during the game. You will treat the regiment's unmodified morale test as a 4. Ah! Provides a bonus. An infantry stand has an unmodified resolve characteristic of 3. When building your army list, you have purchased an upgrade or made use of a special rule to increase the resolve characteristic of 4. When a situation requires you to take an unmodified morale test, during the game, you will treat the regiment's unmodified resolve characteristic as a 4. Since the bonus was applied during list building and not during the game. Thank you for clarifying that. So during list building, you just replace the number. You just take a whiteout and you replace the number. But if whatever was giving you that bonus is removed, then you revert back to a 3, which is explained over here. Got it. I like this. Okay. All right. I still don't like the term unmodified being used for a modified characteristic, because that's what we're doing here. But at least you're pointing out, not even with intent, you're flat out saying, use the new number, because it was done during list building. But if during the game my regiment has a resolve of 3, and a character joins it, and now it's 4 stands, and the resolve characteristic is now a 4, if an ability or whatever forces me to use an unmodified, I use the 3 because it was gained during the game, not list building. All right. You guys get this? Makes sense? I like this. It is still capped at 8. And then later gains a +1. It's still capped at 8? All right, Josh. To a maximum of 8 effect. To a maximum. Oh, to a maximum. Oh, okay. Gotcha. As long as the rule affects the regiment. So you're correct. But if somehow I lost that rule, then I can go beyond the maximum, because maximum doesn't exist. But you are correct. Thank you for pointing that out. All right, moving on. We already did this. Regiments now basically gain the flank special rule in reinforcement. We've covered that earlier. Covered that one earlier. Furthermore, this is under characters, supremacy abilities. Furthermore, should the character stand activate a supremacy ability and that character stand is destroyed during that round, the supremacy ability is not affected and remains in play as normal. Okay. Makes sense. Unable to act. Not a big change. Free and additional actions. Some special rules, draw events, and other abilities will allow a regiment to perform free or additional actions. A free action allows a regiment to perform the respective action for free during its activation without needing to use one of its two actions. However, this does not allow you to perform the same action again in the same activation. A free clash action will not allow you to then spend another action to perform a second clash. So if you have a free clash action, that means you can march, you can charge, and you can clash. That's a free clash action, okay? Or a free action. All right? Because it does not use one of its two activations. An additional action allows a regiment to perform the respective action an additional number of times as per the effect. So a free additional would allow you to a free additional clash would allow you to charge, clash, and then clash. We got it? Good. Moving on. Moving on. Performing the wheel, already did that. Did all the reinforcement line stuff. They need to put a table edge over here. We already talked about that earlier. Reinforcements are fine. Everything works fine. Declaring a charge. Everything is fine except the initial move. Declaring a charge is so much better now. Which facing is good. Failing a charge is fine. Now we're going to start getting into uh-oh. Uh-oh. Here's where you guys are going to watch me rage. Here we go, right? It's this in terrain. We're doing this, right? I got a timestamp. 2:26:45. Volley. Here we go, folks. Do the Dweg nerf come in tandem with the volley nerfs? Let's find out. All right, volley stuff. If the line is interrupted by any regiments or pieces of obstructing terrain, not obscuring. If the line is not interrupted by regiments or obstructing terrain. They removed the obscuring part in here. Okay, that at least clears up that confusion. So check for obstruction has nothing to do with obscuring. Thank you. If you guys absolutely drill me into the earth as I go forward under obstructing, this is cleaned up. Remember, guys, I'm not here because I play Nords a certain way. I want my army to be the best. I'm going to take whatever the current builds are for an army and stomp people into the ground anyway, except for Tree Monkey because I can't beat him apparently. Okay? So I'll go ahead and take Nords, go all Fenrirs, and beat everybody except Tree Monkey, right? That's not the problem. I just want the rules to be clear so I can keep new players in this game and grow community and enjoy this when I have Alzheimer's later and I don't take my brain medicine. Does the complicated double casting Ice Jotnar? No. Army stuff was not affected. We're not talking about army stuff here. Army lists have not been affected, so the Ice Jotnar can still double cast unless they fix that in the core rules, which I don't know yet. We're going to find out. But right now we're doing volley garbage. Check for effective range. Here we go. I see a bunch of red in here. Additionally, stands whose target is outside the barrage range and or cannot draw a line of sight to their target contribute no dice. Cannot draw a line of sight. That's fair enough. That makes sense. That has nothing to do with obscuring. That has to do with obstructing, which is fine. It is also entirely possible that certain stands would have to draw line of sight to their target through pieces of terrain or to different arcs that other stands in the regiment will not. Okay. Yeah. So that basically is saying this. I mean, to clear things up. That's basically just saying this. Hello? Bueller? Like, just because like this, just because this stand here can draw a line to this stand doesn't mean that the other ones like have to draw to that stand. Basically, you can draw lines to different stands. They're putting what the picture does in the rules, which is good. Okay. Can't beat me except that time you beat me. Yeah, the one time I beat you. Because you made like an error in ordering your deck a certain way. Right? Okay. So far, I haven't got to obscuring yet. Just none of this here affects obscuring. None of it. But it clarifies a lot of things. And this here clarifies that individual stands have to be within barrage range to fire. That's the important part here. Okay? So far, so good. Stands in multiple arcs. Oh my god! They actually did a thing. Stands in a regiment perform volley attacks against the target regiment's arc they are in. It is possible for different stands in the same regiment to be within different arcs of the same target regiment. In this case, each stand performs its volley attacks against the arc they are in. Should a stand be within more than one arc, meaning it's like bisected perfectly, right? You may choose. Volley attacks against each arc are resolved separately, but simultaneously. So I do all the attacks here, I roll them, they're done. And then I do all the attacks over here, and they're done. Keeping separate tracks of hits and wounds inflicted on each arc as defensive morale tests may be subject to different effects and special rules. Oh, I see. So if I have 10 volleys in the side and 5 volleys in the front, we just go ahead and do the full 10 in the side first. Defense, morale, everything. But then it kind of like hovers. You'd have to stop at the damage section of it before stands are removed. So you stop before stands are removed. Then you do the front one. Right? A regiment does not benefit, let's see. Volley attacks against each arc are resolved separately. Keep separate track of hits and wounds inflicted on each arc as defense. Oh, so you do one at a time. So I'll do my shots in the front, shots in the side. Roll your shots in the front, roll your defense in the front, roll your defense in the side. Then remove the stands and roll your morale in the front and morale on the side in case the morale matters. Okay, it makes sense. I got it. But bisected at all. Correct. Thank you for correcting my grammar. Eric is correct. Not bisected perfectly, but just bisected at all. Thank you. Okay. So far, volleying has been strengthened in the game so far. Which, if you play against people like Eric, you need it. But let's move on. I know it's going to get like nerfed into the ground once we get the terrain, right? Okay, I have to go straight to terrain. We're gonna do characters and stuff afterwards. We're doing the volley section. I have to just kind of skim through this and look through all possible change to terrain. Don't care about that. Testing morale, don't care about that. Oh, I see a big thing for testing morale. Interesting. I know all the nerfs to range are going to come to the regiments themselves. Command the models, we got it right there. I have no bookmark, so I can't just zip through it. Killing character stands, that's cute. More character stuff. Okay, so we got plenty of stuff. Magic. Oh my god. I'm going to look at the magic afterwards. We're doing volley first. I'm going to see what happens to my poor Ice Jotnar in a second. Here we go, folks. Obscuring. Here we go. All right. A stand drawing line of sight through this piece's own terrain as part of a volley action and or targets a regiment with all of its stands in a piece of zonal obscuring terrain halves the X value in its barrage X special rule and or targets in a regiment with Okay, so far nothing has changed. Should a regiment have all of its stands within this piece of zonal terrain, then its stands suffer no penalty. So far no change. If a stand, I'm a little confused here. Nothing has changed. I can still draw a line of sight from one stand to a enemy. I'm sorry. I can still draw a line of sight from one stand in my regiment to a target stand in the target regiment, just one. And if I just pass over obscuring terrain, I ignore it completely. Maybe I'm not reading this correctly. Hold on. I was expecting that nerf to happen because I want that to happen. Hold on. I gotta draw this. This is my brain working here. Maybe you guys understand this better than me. Oh, my green screen is. Can I? Okay, yeah, that just makes it glowy. As the sun outside is changing the lighting in my room, my green screen's getting weird. Okay. Let's just keep it green for now. And let's go over the rules are there. Okay. Green screen's here. I got my stuff. It's all working. Cool. Targeting a regiment with all of its stands inside halves the stand shots. Oh, is that what it says? With all of its stands. Ah. Okay, all right, hold on. But that okay. That only stops this. I have a regiment here. You have here's a piece of terrain. And your regiment is like this. Okay? If I draw line of sight from the center to the center, you still get no obscuring. In the old rules. In the old rules. Right? In the old rules. So this fixes this. This is no longer possible because I would do this and then you would get no obscuring. I'm going to put an O with a no sign through it. That's how it was. But as it's written now, if I attempt to do this, you now get 100% obscuring. So that means if your regiment is like this, and I draw a line of sight from here to here or from here to here, you still get 100% obscuring. I no longer negate all the obscuring. I like that. Personally, I wanted center to center, but as a ranged guy, I wanted to be a little more harsh than this. But this will now reward players for using terrain and not feeling cheated. But players need to learn, if they're new, the second they do this, their ass is brown butter. The second they do that, which is fine. But it still feels weird. Would you guys have been okay if the rule said, right here, you see this part here? If the rule said a regiment with the majority of its stands, but then in testing that creates that problem. No, I would actually like that. The majority of its stands, because it still feels a little weird that if you have, 4 stands inside terrain and I can do this, the entire regiment gets no obscuring. That still feels a little effing weird. But the rule now is better than it was before. definitely better. Let me see. Let me read some comments. Let's see. Oh, let me go up here real quick. Hold on. LOS obscuring an arc, determining by stand, then following, right? Let's go to, let's see if they change. You know what? Let's see if they change the page 86. Let's go right back to the game fundamentals. That's page 86. Stands in size, forming, facing arcs, regiments, facing arcs, line of sight. The acting regiment must be able to draw an unobstructed line between the center of the front facing of one stand and its in its front arc and the center of any. So it's still one-on-one. That's still one-on-one. Okay, knowing that, let's see. Isn't each stand checking for obscuring? No, just one. Yeah, obscuring, yes. No. Obstructing. I went over this. Obstructing, yes. Obscuring? Is it? Page 86. Page 86. Is it? If it is, that'd be kind of awesome. A stand drawing line of sight through this piece of zonal terrain as part of a volley action. Now I have to look at I have to look at the volley. Hold on, volley stuff. Hold on. Page 86, no bookmarks. Bear with me. Out of combat stuff. Look at volley. Choosing a target and line of sight. In order to check if a volley action can be declared. Oh, let me get rid of all this malarkey. Hold on, sorry. First, determine whether at least one stand of the target regiment is within line of sight. No, it's still one stand. Obscuring is stand by. I took my picture out. Obscuring is stand by stand. No, I'm sorry. Obstructing is stand by stand. Because obstructing says for each stand, trace a straight line. So obstructing is stand by stand, which it always has been. Obscuring is still one stand. But if I'm missing something, let me read the comments here. Yeah, you can hang. Okay, rules define. Rules define when a stand is in terrain. I will check in a minute. I think that may have been fine. I'd be okay with majority, but it makes sense to shoot the guys not in cover first. That feels back assward. Yeah, my mind is playing 40K or 40K. I have one. Yeah, I'm not getting into that, but you're correct. It seems fine to me. If you can do a majority, yeah, I think they fixed it. Obscuring. You get it if all your stands are touching obscuring and a single volleying stand can no longer exempt their whole regiment. True. Correct. It's the one stand. Yeah, a stand. For effective range, page 39, effective range. Where? You check LOS for each stand? No, but LOS is here. LOS is checked here under checking line of sight. Let's see. Yeah, nothing here so far as LOS. Let me reread the red ones again. Additionally, stands whose target is outside their barrage range and or cannot draw line of sight to the target contribute no dice. Yeah, but that's The only times you draw a line of sight is right here. At least one stand to give you a line of sight. For obstruction, you don't check line of sight, do you? No, you do this thing over here. It's this weird little thing. For each stand in the volleying regiment, trace a straight line 1 millimeter wide between any point and any point. That's not checking line of sight. That's its own little rule. So check for obstruction does not check line of sight. So we got that. And this is checking for effective range. We're not checking for obscuring. This has nothing to do with obscuring. Zero to do with obscuring. Let's go back to page 86. So it seems like if my opponent hangs a stand fully outside of terrain, I'm going to light that mofo back up. Piece of zonal terrain. It's part of a volley action. That's the thing. Stands, with an S, if you guys get this, stands don't check line of sight. Only a single stand does. And or. Yeah. So I can still light you up if you have a stand hanging out of it. Basically, it stops the thing that I brought up here. This thing. Which I'm glad it does. Where I have the where I have this situation. Right? It stops that. That's what the new rules does. Which I'm glad it does. Because it did not feel right for me to hit my opponent when they basically have like a bit of their stand just sticking out, and I hit the side. That felt real grimy. So I didn't like that. But remember, we don't play the game by how we feel. Unfortunately, when I play my opponents and they leave the game because of stuff like this, then that does have to be taken into account when a company is looking to make a bottom line, right? Because they want to keep people playing the game, and that just felt grimy. They have to, as per. Check the first red text on page 39. What's on page 39? Okay, I know it's frustrating. I don't read chat as soon as you guys type it, but I'll get to it eventually. But guys, I have to explain this. Right? Hold on. Additionally, stands whose target is outside their barrage range and or cannot draw a line of sight to their target contribute no dice. This is in context to obstructing. Or if an enemy regiment is behind a size 2 non-traversable zonal terrain. This is not talking about obscuring and cutting dice in half. This is talking about if you just can't draw a line of sight, period. So for example, let's do some examples here. This is my regiment. This is a size 2 regiment, and this is a target regiment. I can draw a line of sight from here to here. I can't do it here, and I can't do it here. So these contribute 0 dice, 0 dice, and I don't know, 4 dice, right? We get this. Relax, we get this, okay? Cool. This is obstructing. And for effective range, basically, pretend this thing is not here. You know what? Let's not pretend, because that's not good for examples. And the range of my weapon is X. And this stand is within X. But let's say I'm at an angle. This stand stops right here. This stand stops right here. It contributes 0 and 0. Those are the two times the stands don't contribute any dice as per this rule here. Now we have to go over to terrain. So let's go ahead and just blank all this out over here. Blah, blah, blah. Sorry for all the beeping, the blapping. Let's go over to terrain. We're going to go over to terrain. Oh my God. PDFs. Why are you so slow? All right. Zone terrains, blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. That's all garrison crap. So let's say we have a piece of zonal terrain. So let's do this. Let's construct terrain together. And if I'm wrong, you guys can correct me. Here's a piece of terrain. Cool. We're in the store and we're talking about terrain, right? Gotcha. The terrain is going to be elevation 2. We've already determined obscuring blocks line of sight, so we're not going to talk about elevation. Okay? So forget about that. We're going to obscuring. If you are behind, okay, so let's say you're behind, and this is size 2, then I kind of drew it a little wrong here. This is size 2. Then I can't draw a line of sight, let's say with these two, but this one I could. Once again, this deals with obstructing, not obscuring. So remember, I'm trying to find examples here, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about this. A regiment is now in the terrain because it's not impassable. Once a regiment is in terrain, you can see through that terrain, in and out of it. And I have a dude here, right? Some dudes here. So let's just blank this out for a second. I'm gonna look in obscuring. A stand drawing a line of sight, which only one stand draws line of sight, through this piece of zonal terrain as part of a volley action, and or targets a regiment with all of its stands in the piece of zonal terrain, which fixes the issue I brought up earlier. I can no longer hit the side of a stand that's peeking out, which is good. I like that. That's great. Should a regiment have all of its stands within this piece of zonal terrain, then its stand suffers no penalty to the barrage X. Got that. The only thing that stops me from drawing line of sight through obscuring terrain is if the obscuring terrain, I did the thing, has a size to it. It's size 2, I'm size 1, but you're not occupying it. Since you're on top of it, you actually count as size 3. So far, we're going through this, right? Now, let's go back to terrain. You can make the terrain traversable. Traversable does not add the sizes to the regiment. Right here, right? Traversable. So traversable is irrelevant here. This is a quote from the FAQ. No longer will a single stand draw line of sight to the target and the rest of the stands ignoring obscuring. But that's literally what the rule says. Because line of sight, which I've went to multiple times, is still on a single stand-by-stand action. So their intent is not in the rules. The thing about drawing line of sight needs to be made clearer here. Because when you say a stand drawing line of sight is a rule that you have to refer to. You go to line of sight. Line of sight in the front of the book is on a single stand basis. Then when you take the volley action, at the start of the volley action, it says you must take a line of sight. You go back to line of sight, a single stand on a single stand basis. At no point in this entire rule book is line of sight each of my stands to at least one of your stands. LOS is checked multiple times for different reasons. That's correct. But LOS is a specific check defined at the start of the book. Back over here. So every time you're told to check line of sight, wherever the hell it is, right here, we'll get to it soon. We'll get to it. Oh, God. Bookmarks, please. All right. The acting regiment must be able to draw line of sight, draw an unobscured line. This tells you the physical action. Right? From the facing of one stand to the center facing. The thing is, if obscuring is asking you to do line of sight in a different way, there is no different way to do line of sight in the book. So let me read example by a word for word. Let's do this. Let's take the rules and break it down word for word. Bro, oh my God. Okay. So here we got. We have obscuring, right? We're gonna blow it up a little bit. We got it right here, okay? We're gonna read this together, okay? Let's go ahead and take this out. Put a new one in. Don't know why that's there. What did I do? Hold on. Oh my God. I think I did the thing again, didn't I? Oh, I drew on the wrong. Don't need that anymore. Okay, cool. Photoshop is back on. Cool. Here we go. Come on. What am I chopped liver? There we go. I don't know. I'm going to put it right here. Whatever. Let's keep it ambiguous for now. I'm blocking the rules, whatever. A stand, drawing line of sight. We got it, right? A stand. So 1, 2, 3. When are you required to have a stand draw line of sight? Let's go to volley, because we're doing a volley action, right? In order to check if a volley action can be declared, first determine whether at least one stand of the target regiment is within line of sight. So we're told there. Obstructing doesn't even call for line of sight at all. All right, cool. And this one here, additionally, stands whose target is outside their barrage range, which I covered earlier, and or cannot draw a line of sight, contribute no dice. But here, I can draw a line of sight from here to here to here. I can do that. But that's under effective range, not under obscuring. Do you guys get this? This has nothing to do with obscuring. This has to do with blocking line of sight with obstructing and effective range. So far, nowhere have I been told that stands 1 must draw a line of sight, stands 2 must draw a line of sight, and stand 3 must draw a line of sight. So far, I've not been told that. Obscuring needs to use the word check for obstruction in the volley section. Or obscuring can just say, I'm also reading comments to make sure I'm not getting things wrong, because so far you guys have corrected me on a whole bunch of things, which thank you for doing so. I appreciate it. It makes all of our gaming experiences much better. Obscuring should say, but that's the thing. Obscuring isn't an action. I don't obscure. Like it's not a triggered thing. It's just something that happens while I'm checking for line of sight. You guys get that? There is no check for obscuring action in the game. I just draw a line of sight to your regiment. The only thing that stops that line, it's size equal or bigger things in the way. That's it. That's it. Other than that, you draw a line. Oh, and within your front arc, that line you draw goes wherever the hell you want for line of sight. It says so in the FAQ. Updated volley so line of sight is checked on a stand-by-stand basis. Where? Can you show me the rule? Now each stand must be able to have their target within range and line of sight in order to volley. Where? Maybe I'm missing it. Let me go back to volley. Volley. At least one stand to even declare the action. Then under effective range. This is just to draw a line of sight. This has nothing to do with obscuring. Zero. Literally nothing to do with obscuring. All right? Yes, you can't drop context. Why does it say stands outside the barrage range and cannot draw a line of sight? For what? To contribute no dice. What part of obscuring says you don't contribute no dice? The only context to contributing no dice is if you're outside your barrage range or if you're blocked because of obscuring intervening things. Nothing in obstructing things. Nothing under obscuring has anything to do with contributing no dice. Zero. These two rules have nothing to do with each other. The part in effective range and the part under obscuring. They have nothing to do with each other. Obscuring says stands draw a line of sight as part of a volley action. Effective range is part of a volley action. Or cannot draw. If that's true, that is the sloppiest way to possibly have written this. You guys know that you spent the last half an hour here to dredge that up. And if we sat here on the stream to dredge that up, there is no way anyone in stores are going to understand you when you try to explain. Yeah, you see, line of sight on page 30 says this, volleying says this, effective range says this, and obscuring says this. Mash them all together, and obscuring stops you from doing things. When all they have to do on page 86 is say something along the lines of to see if a target regiment is obscured, check line of sight for each of your stands. We're saying each individual stand checks to see if it is obscured and having its dice. Less likely. Why? Then they're just inventing rules, because you have to go into effective range to find out that each stand is drawing a line of sight, but not for effective range, for obscuring. I get what you guys are saying. You have to combine the obscuring part rules. No, you guys, I get what you're saying, please. A stand drawing a line of sight. Get it. Where do stands draw a line of sight? In effective range. Cool. You know what you're going to have for somebody to say? Oh, well, I just have to check line of sight at the start of volley. It just says one stand. Or I'm just going to go back to page 36. It just says one stand draws line of sight. Right? And then your argument, which is correct. Yeah, but when you get to effective range, you have to check each stand. But I'm just going to say, well, just for argument's sake, I just have to check one stand for line of sight. I have, as flimsy as it is, a legitimate excuse to game the rules. And that should not exist here. We just went through the charging rules where you cannot game those rules. Those rules are ironclad now, except for the charging directly forward thing. So you have to understand, you guys, in your mind, you have concretized the effective range part of the rules in conjunction with obscuring, and they're now the same. So this isn't an issue for you. But that's what an education is. What it is you guys went to class. You guys get the new math subject. You guys get the algebra. The teacher did the four different things. You put them together, it's now second nature. You got it. That's not how these rules should be. Everything for obscuring should be under obscuring. Sorry, my monitors are different places. The rules need to be more clear about this. Do you guys get what I'm saying? This is just doing a Where's Waldo, trying to find how these rules work, going to four different sections of the book is just bad writing. Let's go back to this over here. No longer will a single stand draw a line of sight to the target and the rest of stands ignoring obscuring. Where? That's not as simple as I go to obscuring and it says here. Because a stand, we've already been through all this. This needs to be cleaned up. Is my point. This needs to be cleaned up. But, I am glad. After all that, guys, I am glad that line of sight through effective range affects obscuring. Like, I don't understand, guys. Help me out with this. If shooting is done on a stand-by-stand basis, maybe you guys can help me out here, right? Like, over here, we've already established line of sight is stand-by-stand. Once you get to this check for effective range part of the rules check, why can't this be at the start? In order to check if a volley action be declared, first determine whether at least one stand of the target regiment is within line of sight and barrage stand of at least one stand of the volleying regiment. In addition, actually, yeah, that would be kind of problematic. Yeah, this, you know what? This effective range thing needs to be put under obscuring. If obscuring says this, watch. If you guys think I'm being obtuse on purpose, like, you know when you argue with people on Discord and you're arguing rules just for polemics, I'm not that kind of person. I don't do that. All right? If obscuring says, while drawing line of sight when checking for effective range, if it went ahead and pointed out to the effective range part, right? Any stands drawing a line of sight during the check for effective range step of the volley action draws its line through obscuring terrain and or etc. It'd be much better. Parabellum, put that in here. Fix this first sentence up so players know without any argument, without any cloudy understanding. Because you've in the charge rules, Parabellum wrote many times, check failed charge, check for this, check for that. They were pointing you to other places in the rules, and the charge rules were ironclad. All they need to do is just fix this. So there's no confusion, because I get it. The rules now require each stand to draw a line during the effective range stand, and then they're obscured when checking for obscuring. That's overcomplicated. Even just explaining it is too overcomplicated. They need to fix the obscuring rules. The way it's written now, what does check obstruction even do? You can have clear shots and be blocked by LOS in effective range. Never have I thought that in a rank and flank game, the charge rules are like 99% ironclad without any ambiguity. And then the simple notion of shooting is like, what is going on? My overall takeaway is this. The syntax of the sentences here under obscuring can be made more clear so that when a new player reads obscuring, they will see check during the effective range step of the volley action. They go up there. That's where the check of the line of sight is. Aha, it's going over the obscuring. Then that's great. It's also weird. Maybe this would help, guys. If the obscuring property isn't in the terrain section, but under the volley section, like you're checking for obstructing and you check for obscuring. And then here, the obscuring keyword is just given to a piece of terrain. And it says rules, and you can even copy paste it here. I don't know. It's weird. That obstructing is a property of entities blocking your line of sight, not of the volley action itself. But then obscuring is not in there either way. Something's weird. Or should be duplicated in the volley section. Yep. Like they're here. Parabellum. Please. I know you're watching this. You're like 95% there with volleying. For clarity's sake, on my streams and in the store, because I understand combining the different steps under volleying in this convoluted Machiavellian mess, I check stand for stand basis for obscuring. I'm going to be doing that from now on. I get it. I got it. But it should not be this convoluted. All right, we guys got this, right? We're good. This can be cleared up a little better. Could be cleared up a little better. And once again, the issue, you may understand something because you now have an understanding of it. You're now a student in the class that understands the assignment. That does not mean, that's not how knowledge works. The other 29 students who don't get the assignment, they have a different context of understanding knowledge than you do. Not subjectively, but objectively. And the teacher, i.e. the rule book, needs to be clear in a way to how do I reach these kids? Okay, but this can be improved, yes. Moving on, we've beaten this to a dead horse. You guys understand, I got your point. It can be cleared up. Moving on. Let's go back up to, I want to see characters in Magic. Ooh, testing morale. Ooh, hold on. Let's go back up to Volley. That's where we ended. Withdrawals, doesn't seem like there's anything important. Withdrawals all look the same. Combat reform looks the same. Incomplete ranks. Stands in multiple arcs is good. Let's get rid of this thing. Moving on. Incomplete ranks. This abstract rectangle is taken into account when a regiment is in contact with another enemy regiment, is charging or being charged by an enemy regiment. That's good. That's good. It means you, the person who is the phantom rectangle, that's good. That's good clarity. I really didn't see an issue with this rectangle, so whatever they're clearing here, whoever asked that question, I hope it's cleared up for you. I hope it's cleared up for you. Let's move on, move on. It looks fine. It's fine. So far, I am like 95% happy with shooting. I'm sorry, just the rules in general. Wounded non-command stands must be allocated wounds first. Oh, like if a command stand did a thing and it like wounded itself through an ability, then it would be forced to get the wound first. No, wait. What does this clarify? I thought command stands were last at all times. I have no idea what this clarifies. I'm moving on. I had no issues with this. Maybe you guys can let me know. I'm just moving on from that one. Broken regiments. The regiment uses the lowest resolve characteristic in the regiment. Furthermore, broken regiment is actually kind of important. Hold on. 3, 16, 45. All right. Broken regiments. The regiment uses the lowest resolve characteristic in the regiment. Furthermore, it may not be affected by special rules, draw events, or other rules and abilities that occur during the game and positively affects its resolve characteristic. Oh, so if I'm broken, I can't have like something else raise my resolve up. Okay. Were people doing that? I guess they were. I never came across this, but I'm oh, Dweg stuff. Challenges. Oh, great. My Vulva does have a spell to raise a regiment's resolve by 2. Not that I ever use it. But now it's cleared. I can't cast that on a broken regiment. Wait a second. It may not be affected. Can you guys still cast a spell on a broken regiment, but it's just not affected? Like, is casting and affected two different things in this game? Like, I can cast a 2+ resolve spell on a broken regiment, but then the regiment is just not affected by it. Meaning, can Dweg just cast spells on things and build up their elemental power tokens? In the last book, Terrified was technically ignored by unmodified resolves. Okay, moving on. Nothing big here. Advanced rules. Command models. What's this? At the end of an action in which a regiment's command stand has been destroyed, the regiment immediately performs a free out-of-sequence reform or clean reform to assume a new legal formation, making sure to only reduce ranks. Command stands could actually die, huh? Interesting. Reform or clean reform. Okay. I guess. Probably more Dweg stuff. I don't know. Standard bearer. In addition, the standard bearer adds +1 to the regiment's and currently attached character stands march characteristic on the second march action. I know what they're trying to fix. I still don't think that fixes the contradiction in rules that when I try to add a standard bearer to a regiment during list building, the character still cannot get that +1 march. On the second march action. Ooh, hold on. Hold up. G's up. Freeze up. My G's up. Where my banners at, yo? Where my banners at, dog? Where my banners at, dog? Where are banners? I see banners here. No, these are characters. I'm looking for command stand stuff. This is the old rulebook here. Standard bearer. No, it doesn't. The wording's the same on the second March. Yeah, sorry, PB. Currently, the banner does not work for characters. Well, currently the banner right now doesn't work with characters. It's an issue. I don't know if Parabellum is aware of or not. Which I am not going to get into that debate here on this stream. If they were trying to fix that issue, which was brought to their attention, this doesn't fix it. So during list building, when you add a standard bearer to a regiment, because that was done during list building, anything the standard bearer does not affect a character or stand that's attached to that regiment. So when you attempt to charge, you do not get the effects of the standard bearer. So the regiment gets +1 to march, and the character wouldn't. And I know what you're going to think. I know what you're thinking. Here it says the character stand also gets +1 on its march, but it still can't be affected by the banner because of the list building rules. I know what this is saying. I know what they're trying to do. It still won't work. This can say your character gets a flaming sword that wins the game. You wouldn't get it because the character is not affected by modifications to list building at the beginning of the game. The standard bearer needed its own exception. The standard bearer is an exception to the list building restriction for conquest or something like that. So it doesn't work currently. Now, does anybody play it that way? No, everyone plays it by intent. And this is one of those things where it's a losing battle where can I convince anybody I play with to not do it? No, they look at me and they throw a bottle at me. So this is one of those times where everyone plays with rules through rules as intended, and I can't win that fight. Not going to happen. So I don't care. I just ignore it. I can't do it. Since the officer applies the buff during the game based on the trigger, I see what you're saying, but the trigger of the buff is not what happens. The standard bearer is just the whole thing of the standard bearer that gives you the buff, that gives you the trigger, cannot be applied to the character at all, period. 0. Because under frequently asked questions, did they have it here? Did they remove it? I think they might have actually removed it. I see what they did. Remember the FAQ questions they had on here that gave you their intent and they're adding things? They removed it completely. And they added it into the rules under different wording. I don't have access to the old. Ooh, do I have access to the old one? Hold on. Maybe I do. Home. Hopefully not too much porn's on here. Let's see. Is it this one? Here we go. Oh, here we go. Let's see if I'm wrong here, right? I could be wrong. I've been wrong 9 times already during the stream. Okay, here. Furthermore, the following is added to regiments under page 13. I'm going to check the new rules and see what it says. Maybe what I'm saying right now is all complete nonsense. Special rules, abilities, and or changes to a regiment's characteristic profile. So just special rules, period, comma, abilities, comma, and or changes to a regiment's characteristics. Those are 3 different things. Okay? During army list building, do not affect character stands. And the standard bearer is a special rule, or it's an ability. Or possibly a change to a regiment's characteristic. The change isn't there, but it happens during the game. But it's a special rule or ability. So the character would not get the banner. Now let me check the updated rules. see if they fix this. I need. Okay, brain's melting. Too many things opened. What am I doing? There we go. Standard Bearer is page 69. Let's go over to page 13-ish. 13-ish. Did I miss it? No. I don't see it at all. Did they just remove that completely? Oh, we are here, right? Yeah, here it is. Special rules, abilities, and/or changes to a regiment's characteristics during army building do not affect character stands. So what happens is this. I'm building my army. Cool. Hey, I like Nords. Awesome. Cool. I got my blooded. Yay. I got my regiment. Stalkers. Wonderful. This is the stalker right here. Everything here, without any additions, the blooded gets. So when the blooded is with the stalkers, he'll get flank, he'll get vanguard. Because these abilities will pass over to the character. Because the character's in the regiment. The second I do this, I add to it everything that the standard bearer is. This is a special rule or ability. All of this, the blooded cannot get. Yeah. Exactly. It's there. Now, remember, guys, granted, will I ever play this way? No. Because I can't. Because I'm never going to have this situation at a tabletop. Well, you have a banner with your dudes, with your Wadron? Well, you don't get the plus one to charge. Or you don't get the plus one for your other move. They're going to look at me and go, Diego, shut up. Even though it is a rules as intended, no one plays that way. And that's a hill I'm not going to die on. I can't do it. I'd rather just play the game and not argue. Because it's going to affect the enjoyment of my opponent's game so much that they're just not going to play me. I'm not going to play Diego. He removes your banners from your armies. So you win. Rules as intended. You win. I'm moving on. But Parabellum needs to fix the wording on wherever to allow standard bearers to work with characters. Because right now it still does not work with characters. But that is not a hill I'm going to die on. So moving on. We're on page 86, I think. Right? We're getting there, guys. We're getting there. We're here, like command stands and stuff, right? Why do PDFs stutter? I don't get it. Wait, are you saying characters gain a regiment's abilities minus the officer? Yes. A character does not get a regiment's abilities that are gained during list creation. When you stick a blooded with Vanguard, the blooded has flank because the regiment has flank. But if you were to somehow in the game, during list building, upgrade the regiment with a rule, the character does not get that rule. That's the whole point. So if a regiment didn't have flank, let's say I had no flank, and there was an upgrade officer I get that gives the regiment flank, the blooded does not get it. How does that work with reinforcements? I have no clue. This is a thing that we realized in our store weeks ago. We haven't really brought this up. But Parabellum needs to go down their list of every single upgrade for every regiment and determine whether they work with characters or not during list building, because they already do that. For instance, I believe with city-states, we're going to go with high. Go to war. Warband. I don't know. Is it the pole mark? Phalanges? I don't know. Hold on. It wasn't that one. There was like an exception. No, it was a rule that specifically called out characters. You guys remember what it was? Was it a Wadroon rule where it specifically says characters get it during list building? I don't know. Either way, I'm not gonna harp on this. Not the point of this stream is to debate this. Whatever you guys say in chat, I'm just gonna move on. So, moving on. They tried to fix it. It doesn't work. Parabellum still needs to fix it. All right. Killing character stands. The regiment immediately performs a free out-of-sequence reform or clean. Okay, that makes sense. Once your character stand... I always wondered when my character stand dies, what happens to the regiment. Now they actually tell us what happens, which is good. You fill in the gap. Good. Resolve the action. Remove the character stand from its corner. Ooh, this is Seek New Escort. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, the thing I love doing. Same. A sorcerer joining Ballista doesn't gain the shields. I mean, I moved on from that can of worms, so move. The regiment, okay, all right, so this is under resolving the action. The regiment immediately performs a free, out-of-sequence reform or clean reform action to assume a new legal formation, making sure to only reduce ranks. Then the target regiment immediately performs a free, out-of-sequence reform action to add the character stand to its formation without increasing the target's file, and may only increase the ranks by the maximum amount needed to fit the character. Okay, so this is how I've been playing it. Maybe they just clean up the wording. So Seek New Escort works exactly as I've been playing it this whole time. So if I've been playing it wrong this whole time, then whoops, sorry. Sorry I cheated you all, but that's how I've been playing it. All right, moving on. What else we got here? Magic. Uh-oh. We can argue on Discord. I mean, I think we just ended up agreeing on it, but I know you're joking about the Discord thing. Magic. Let me timestamp Magic here. Good Lord. 3-3. I did not expect this to happen at all. 3-3-3-3. 25. Magic. Here we go, folks. A spellcasting action can only be performed by a character stand. They listened to me. They found the problems. That's funny. What? Magic is usually the domain of characters, but occasionally a regiment has access to one or more spells, regardless of whether a character stand or regiment is performing it. All spellcasting actions. This didn't fix anything. I'm curious. Prepare for war. Let's go over to Old Dominion. Old Dominion. I don't even know who has what in this. Is it carries? I got carries and Mora, right? Okay, this regiment may perform a spell casting action using one stand as if it were a character stand during its activation. Okay. Yeah, so it can cast. It can cast. All right, that's fine. As if it were a character stand. I don't get why they need this unnecessary wording. It could already do so because just regiments can cast spells. You don't need to be a character stand to cast spells. But occasionally a regiment has access to one or more spells, regardless of whether a character stand or a regiment is performing it. Although some rules may allow a regiment to do so as well. Okay, so now you're looking for rules. That's a rule. I think it's sinking in. I think it is seeking in. Hold on. It's taking a while for it to sink in my thick skull here. An ice Darknar may perform a free additional spell casting action during its activation as if it were a character stand. Free additional spell casting action during its activation as if it were a character stand. It has Priest 5. Or some rules that may a regiment to do so as well. Okay, I'm a little shaky on this one. I think it could be worded a little better, but I'm not going to play my Ice Jotnar as casting 2 spells anymore. Even though I could easily just twist this to do that. This actually, as rule is written, doesn't fix anything. It actually does now that I'm reading it. A spellcasting action can only be performed by a character stand with the wizard or priest. He is not a character stand, even though he has priest. So just having the priest or wizard rule doesn't make you a caster. You now have 2 conditions. You have to be a character stand, and you have to have either wizard or priest. So they did fix it. Okay, I get it now. I get it. Yes, got it. And the only time the Ice Jotnar can cast a spell is a free additional spell casting action. It does not say he can cast an action as a character because he can't, because regiments can no longer take the spell casting action. I get it. I get it now. All right. Good job, Parabellum. Thank you. That's cleared up. Moving on. Nerfing my stuff is fine as long as the core rules are clear about it. That's perfectly fine. Trigger warning. Page 81 mentions drawing line of sight from a stand. What? Select one of the available spells to cast and the regiment you wish to target. Spells that cause hits require the character stand to draw line of sight to a target. Well, that's fine. We never knew what we're drawing the line of sight from this whole time. I'm not going to sit here and bring up the old rule book, but my players always asked when my character stand is casting a spell, is he drawing it from the regiment or the character stand? And I always said the character stand, but that confusion is now gone. Thank you, Parabellum, for putting this here. Thank you. Awesome stuff. Let's go through terrain real quick. Skewering is still a mess. I get what they're saying, but it can be worded a lot better than what it is. When at least half of a regiment stands, charge through this piece of zonal terrain. I guess charge is the entire charge action, right? Like everything within it. The charge move. Okay. Water. If a regiment has at least half its total stands rounded up. So if I have 3 stands and one of them are in water, how do you round this up to a minimum of 1? Oh yeah. My brain actually can't wrap its head around this. How do you round stands up? I don't get this. Round it up? So here's water. All right. If a regiment has at least half of its total stands, 1, 2, round it up. What am I rounding it up to? If all right, Mike, thank you. If the knights are too wide, what's funny is that a conga line of knights charging a regiment in a forest can ignore it. Oh, please, you're killing me, dude. I want to have lunch soon. No, I'm actually. This is why it took me like 4 times to even do algebra in college. Took me 4 times to pass that class. My brain is broken here. I have 1 in water, 2 in water, and the third is out of water. I have 2 in water, 1 out of water. What am I rounding up to? 3? Does it mean half the stand? Like, I actually don't get this. I legit don't get this. What if the water was just touching 1 stand and I have 1 in water, 2 and 3 out? Do I round the 1 up to a 2? I don't get it. I'm sure you're going to tell me in chat or on Discord or in the comment section how this is supposed to work, and it's going to snap like that easily in my mind. But I'm moving on because I don't get this. I can't. My brain can't do it. I can't do a thing. Moving on. Unless they mean you half of a stand is rounded up to a full stand. Is that what they mean? Half of a stand? But this game doesn't take into account half of stands or partial stands. You're rounding half the number of stands in the regiment. You're not rounding the number in water. Half the stands would be 1.5. Then you round it up to 2. Jesus Lord. Okay, I get it. If I have 4 stands. Wait, what? So this only works with uneven stands, right? Like odd. If I have 4 stands, it won't work in any combination. If I have 5 stands, wait, what? If your regiment has 11 stands, 6 need to touch the water. Round it up. But that's not what rounding up means. They just mean the majority of stands. Rounding up is a fraction to a whole number. There are no fractions here. I know you guys converted the 3 into a fraction, but there is no 0.5 stands in the game. Stands are whole numbers. That's my point. It should just say the majority of stands. What they're meaning to do is count the fraction of a stand, but there is no fraction of a stand in this game. If you have 5 stands, the thing happens if 3 touch. I agree, but that's not rounding up. That's just the majority stands. Rounding only matters with fractions. I get what you guys are telling me, and you're correct. But this is completely worded wrong. This needs to just simply be if a regiment has a majority of its stands in contact with this zonal terrain. Done. They aren't counting any fractional stands. Then there's no rounding going on here. What are you rounding to? No, there's no rounding here. If I have 1, 2, 3 stands out of 3, there's no 1.5. Yeah, but half of a regiment is not a whole number in even numbered regiments. You see what you have to do to arrive to this convoluted mess? You just have to do a majority amount of stands, which they already do in the rules. I'm sure they do it already, right? Where is it? Or did they remove that? No, they removed all of that. Oh my god. They just effed everything up. Yeah, this is a complete mess. Yeah, Parabellum, that's a complete fail. You're right, they didn't need to specify rounding, but it didn't confuse me. It should have, because you only round up with fractions, and stands aren't fractional. That's a thing that you're doing in your mind to make sense of it. It makes sense to you, but that's not what it says rules at all, period. And then it goes back to that facing thing. Because the facing of the stands that we talked about earlier, what people used to do is over here. Where is it? Oh my god. Out of combat actions. Bro, let's just go. Go. That was the whole problem with this. Dude, am I on crack cocaine? Right here. People would play half of the stand as either being in the front or the side. Now, what if, let me ask you a question. If you had 3 stands with the center one, with the line drawn through it, and the rule said here, a regiment charges a target regiment in the facing, where the most stands you have rounded up, your brain would just melt. You're like, what are you talking about? Because half of this stand that's being cut by the line is in the front, and but there are no fractions with regiments. They're whole numbers, 1, 2, or 3. A regiment isn't a 3. A regiment is made up of 3 whole numbers, 1, 1, and 1. A regiment is not a 3 with a 1.5 in it. A regiment is a 3 with an indivisible 1, an indivisible 1, and an indivisible 1 in it. What you guys are doing is you're breaking a stand into a half, but a half a stand does not exist in the rules. Ironically, the rounding up is made for you before the rule even exists. Either way, it's written like caca and should be fixed. I don't know why they did that. Let's move on from terrain. Draw events. You're applying the round function to the wrong thing. We're having the number of stands in the regiment, but there is no 1.5 stands. No, a stand is in the 1. A regiment is a number of stands. What? No, they could just say majority of stands. Just make majority of stands. This half stand thing is just stupid with fractions. I don't know why they're doing this. Majority of stand worked just fine. What had happened was people who don't understand what a majority is were probably complaining. Instead of Parabellum saying take first grade math and you learn what a majority of cookies are, then I'm gonna tell you. It's just weird. Like if a teacher gave me like me cookies, 1, 2, and 3, and then say round the cookies up. Round it to what? Do I break a cookie? I didn't know I could break cookies. I know what you guys are saying. You guys are breaking a stand down to round it up to a 3. I get it, but nothing in the rules breaks stands down to like half stands. They fixed the facings to exemplify that, because that's what people were doing beforehand. One rule was worded one way, the other rules were worded the other way. To clarify the first rule, they changed it to match the terrain rules, but then they took the terrain rules to match the original facing rules. They swapped it. All the rules need to either be majority or all the rules need to be divisible and that you can break a stand down, because a regiment counts as a whole number of a 3. You guys get what I'm saying? Like, I get what you're saying. I'm not obtuse, but the rules are not clear and they're not consistent. They need to be consistent. Let's go over to draw events here. Let's see what to do with draw events. Draw events are going to be under, I think, 349? 349, 10. Okay, draw events. If a draw event inflicts hits, players make defense rolls, remove casualties, and test morale as described in pages 46 and 60. I never had an issue with this. Maybe if you guys did, I don't know. I have no idea what this is referring to, so it's fine by me. Wow, they really did the thing, didn't they? Bro, they just removed it. Is that over here? Hold on. That's the old one, I think, right? Is that the old one? No, this is a new one. Turn the tide is removed, no longer part of the game. Okay. Standard bearers now fit characters. No, they don't. Anyway, let's not do that. Let's just go through this here. Draw events. If a draw event inflicts hits, okay, cool. All right. Apparently, people had issues with these, and they clarified them. Okay, good. Oh, I actually read that. Oh, same thing for special rules. Still don't know what an ability is. Arcing fire. Oh, so you can't do your own line of sight? Wait. How could anyone have claimed line of sight from the regiment itself if it was using an ability that could be fired out of line of sight? I don't even get how that works. Wouldn't you just be nerfing yourself? Like if I had a regiment that had arcing fire, and I could see another regiment, why would I arcing fire if I can just take aim? Who is doing this? And why would they do this? There must be some sort of rules interaction that I'm not getting with arcing fire. Joe, if you could let me know, please. Aura of Death. Regiments that suffer, blah, blah, blah. Wounds resulting from these hits no longer trigger morale tests. All right, no more morale tests from Aura of Death. No more triple activating Dweg? What? Blessed. Once per round, stands with the special rule may choose to reroll all their failed during clash and defense. Okay, so it doesn't work with Volley anymore. That's fine. I'm winning tournaments without blessing my bow chosen, so if I were to be irrationally selfish, I wouldn't care, but I don't think that was a problem with it gave 100 Kingdoms the one good thing it allowed to not get 15th place in every tournament. Anyway, moving on. Bloodlust. What the heck? If the result is less than or equal to the highest resolve characteristic, you may perform an action as normal. This roll is not affected by special rules that allow you to automatically pass results like Indomitable. Come on, really? I was having so much fun building Indomitable Bloodlust armies. Bro. So Dweg can just build up elemental tokens all they want. But the second I want to try sticking a blooded with Ogres Bloodlusted or blooded with Tactical 1 and Trolls, I can't even enjoy that. Come on. Whatever. That's fine. I'll play it with it that way. Okay. Sarcasm aside, I have no issue with this. This is fine. This special rule allows a regiment to charge a target even in the round in which it arrived in the battlefield from the red. That doesn't fix it. Sorry, Parabellum. I'm gonna break down the argument I have with people in my area. With this, the wording wasn't the issue. The wording before was perfect. It was the location of the sentence. This, according to people, needed to be cut and pasted at the top and then have an enter hit. It needed to be its own paragraph. And it needed to say, this special rules allows a regiment to charge a target even in the round in which it arrived on the battlefield, regardless of whether it passes or fails the Bloodlust rules. Because I know what you guys probably are not getting, how some people are interpreting this rules. Let's just say you didn't have this in here. Bloodlust would be a dead rule because Bloodlust tells you to roll and then charge. But then these players would say you can't roll and then charge because you can't charge when you come in from reinforcement. So this rule makes no sense. They saw this bottom sentence as just allowing the roll from Bloodlust to allow you from charging. Are you guys getting this? Because this rule does not say the following. This special rule allows a regiment to take a charge action, even in the round in which it arrived. People see charge and charge action as two different things because bloodlust allows you to charge, not take a charge action. So this down here does not fix any of the arguments that people had on bloodlust allowing you to charge coming out of reinforcements. All this does is allow them to reinforce the idea that bloodlust, when you fail the roll, you can just charge because of this last sentence. What this last sentence needs to do is be removed, made its own paragraph, and explicitly talk about bloodlust allowing the regiment to take a charge action. I just always assume that bloodlust does whatever my opponent says it does. Yeah. So, Parabellum, sorry to say, this does not fix any of the issues that my local grognards have with bloodlust. Charge action needs to be introduced here, and this needs to be its own paragraph at the top. Maybe whoever's doing this is taking like offense that the structure of the paragraphs aren't as good as they should be. I don't know. Don't. Just make it its own paragraph. Okay. I don't know. Fly can march and charge over other regiments. Great. Glorious charge. You gain terrifying. Who cares? Still's not going to affect Dweg and OD. No one cares. Sorry, this game has the problem of 40k. You have morale, and every army is immune to it in some way, or have such high morale, it doesn't matter. The two armies that matter in melee, no other army matters. OD and Dweg, they're the hardest armies to kill in melee. They don't care about resolve, so who cares about terrifying? No one cares about it. Indomitable. When this regiment rolls a morale test, treat one failed resolve as a success. In addition, regiments with this special rule ignore the fearsome special rule. Okay. Furthermore, when this regiment performs a combat reform and or withdraw action, it counts as having performed a clean reform. Okay. Oh, so they added to it, right? Okay. Awesome. I like that. Sure. Inspired. This special rule does not affect the regiment's clash characteristic during impact attacks. Awesome. Thank you for clarifying that. Lethal demise. Up to that regiment stands remaining wounds. Okay, so you can't like pile up 500 hits on a regiment that has like 3 wounds left. Okay. Interesting. I think you still get the infinite lethal demise debacle going on, but I was never part of that debate, so I actually don't understand how that debate works. I think Indomitable always did that and just clarified it. Okay, well, thank you, Eric. Loose formation. Uh-oh. When a stand performs a volley action against a regiment with this special rule, it halves the X value in its barrage special rule. In addition, spells will only inflict half the number of hits rounded up against a stand with this special rule. This special rule does not stack with obscuring terrain. Okay. Furthermore, a regiment with this special rule cannot inflict impact. What changed with this? It looks like it's the exact same. Huh? Am I smoking crack? I'm not gonna, I don't really care about loose formation. I never use it. You guys let me know what changed with it. I have no idea. Phalanx. Furthermore, stands in this regiment, including currently attached character stands, cannot benefit from the inspired special rule. Okay. A little clarification. Shock. When this special regiment performs a successful charge action, stands in this regiment with a special rule add +1 to their clash characteristic until the end of the round. Cool. So shock adds +1 to the clash for the impact hits. And then when they clash, they keep that +1 and then they inspire. So basically, instead of shock giving double inspire, it still gets its quote unquote double inspire. It just also removes one of those ones and adds it to the impact. That's pretty cool. I like that. Good job. Good job. Sure shot. This regiment does not suffer the negative effects of targeting an enemy regiment within obscuring terrain and drawing line of sight through obscuring terrain. Okay. Torrential fire. When a stand with this special rule performs a volley action against an enemy regiment within effective range, every 2 successful hits causes an additional automatic hit on the target. Oh, they cut them down in half. So if I hit with 10, I don't get 10 extra hits. I get 5. Okay, I get it. Okay. Vanguard. This free additional march can be performed to bring the regiments onto the battlefield. Great, thank you. I think Leo said he was going to move that to the top of the Bloodlust section. Oh, okay. Thank you, Ryan. It still needs to say charge action. But, yeah. Okay. Fighting a battle. I think that's it. Wow. Bro, I did not expect it. 4 hours on this. Good Lord. More people watch this than the regional tournaments at Dogs. Anyway, that's fine. You guys watch what you get value out of. So, you guys witnessed my process of understanding rules, taking in information from people out there that are smarter than me, trying to contextualize, understand your point of view based on the facts we have here. Hopefully, we're not reading too much into intent. We're reading rules as written to come to logical conclusions that we can agree on. The rules dictate how the game is played in person. These rules are thousands of times better than what they were before. I think Leandros is the rules writer. He might have people that help him write rules or edit rules, whatever that group is. So I'm trying to give credit. So this isn't a call out like Leo or the group he's with, they did wrong. No, whoever did this, great job. And I must add, thank you for not waiting until Gen Con. Thank you for pushing this out with a certain level of confidence and a certain level of expediency so that people that play at my store can now enjoy the models instead of asking, what do I do when I march? What do I do when I charge? Volleying still needs a little bit of cleaning up. But I can see now, in my mind's eye, if volley was cleaned up to make obscuring a little easier to understand, to be a stand-by-stand basis, I think all my questions could be answered. Because here, before today, if I were to play, here, let me explain my problem with this game. Let me explain it. What my problem has been this whole time. All right, there we go. Got it. Got it. Thank you, my Discord homies. Thank you for the audio. Okay, I'm on. I'm back on, right? Cool. My mics have a 4-hour lifespan. The other one's dead. So, in chat, where did I get cut off at? I need to know. Because I'm not going to go through that whole rant over again. I got to pick up where I left off. And if you're watching this at home, I'll timestamp when the audio comes back on. It didn't work. Yeah, nice troll. All right, serious order. Okay, nice troll. There's like a 30-second delay, so let me know where the audio cut out at. Probably during my rant, right? I don't know. It died at the start of the whiteboard rant. At the start, you started drawing. Oh, okay, okay. You know what? Perfect. Timestamp a new rant. Let's go. All right, hold on. Okay, cool. All right. Let's do. Have any of you guys ever done any kind of show business or YouTube collabs with people? Basically, the entertainment. Redoing takes is what we do all the time. It's normal for us. It seems weird for other people, but okay, so let's do this. Okay, cool. So, thank you. I have to do the whole thing over again. So I wanted to thank Leandros and whatever group of testers he's with on pushing out the current rules in a concise and clear manner with a certain confidence, because they were obviously confident in what they wrote. They probably read it a million times and had editors go through it a million times, and they put it out there. Thank you for not waiting until Gen Con for this, okay? Thank you very much. So I'm not calling your names out because you did anything bad. I'm giving you big old thumbs up. Thank you. Already better than GW in a million ways, even though you could have done this a couple months ago. Either way, thank you. Because before today, I need to get something off my chest. Maybe the stream going blank on me on purpose was a sign for me not to do this. Well, I don't believe in signs or any superstition, but it's just weird. Anyway, here was the relationship I've had. This is me, Diego, right? Hello, I'm Diego. I am the local expert. I am also a little light bulb. You know, like when we play World of Warcraft, I'm sure all of you haven't. When someone has a quest for you, you have a light bulb over your head. When new people come into the store, Bob, right? We have our store owner, and we have other people in the store. Bob goes, I want to get into Conquest. What happens? People usually funnel them to me. Or to Joe. Joe is our local Vanguard. Joe Amazing. Even though I'm not a Vanguard, at my store, I am every hobby center, every kind of place where you go and play games, you have that charismatic kind of person everyone, kind of coalesces around. At the store, I'm one of them. There are a couple of us. I'm one of them. So people come to me. And if you're younger, if you're 15, if you're young or you're new, you look up to somebody that has an apparent level of authority in a subject, a teacher, a guru, a mentor, or whatever, right? A parent, some sort of figure that you want to learn a thing. That person seems like they know the thing, so teach me the thing. So Bob comes to me and says, teach me about Conquest. I go, yeah, sure. Have you bought some models? Bob says, yeah, I spent $200 on these models. Let's play the game. Great, let's play the game. Cool. Bob goes, how do I march? I go, oh, okay. You march like this. Seems kind of clear. You march. Then Bob goes, okay. All right. How do you charge? All right. How do you charge? Faking confidence, basically lying to Bob. Oh, you march like this. What most people do, because most people are not honest, right? Bob does this. Oh, I'm sorry. You charge like this. Bob goes, hold on. But I played with my sister Jane earlier in the week, or before I came to the store, I hung out with my friend Loquanda fish. I don't know, it's 2023. So Loquanda fish. And we played charge. Jane played charging like A. Loquanda fish played charging like B. And you're telling me C. So we look up the rules. Can I confidently teach Bob how to do charging? No. Bob now has in his head a little bit of doubt. The doubt is either in me or the company. Am I going to take the burden of that? No. I tell Bob, well, that's because Parabellum can't write rules. All right? So take it up with them. Then Bob goes, well, I thought Parabellum were an online rules company. That's what drew me into it. Not like GW, where it takes a year for my Eldar to do anything important, or it took Tyranids 15 years to do anything special. I expected an online company to do things online. Why? Because Bob's 15. Everyone at the store is like 15. And they grew up with the internet, with a modem up their butt. So as far as they're concerned, if companies don't do a thing tomorrow, it's already too late. Companies are online. They do things tomorrow. Like I went on Amazon 2 days ago and I ordered a phone gyroscope to make my streams better. So I can use my phone as a camera. I ordered it on Friday night, got it Saturday morning. But then you ask Parabellum, hey, can you fix charging? And it takes 6 months for them to do it. So new players wonder, what the hell is wrong with the company? I don't know. Listen, Bob, I already went through this fight on the Discord. I brought these issues up with Parabellum in November, December, back in the day. Charging, shooting, all these things. And back in 1.5, Parabellum had a far different opinion on how they interacted with their people on Discord than they do today. When 2.0 hit, Rice said the most amazing thing ever. 2.0 is a new us, or something like that, right? It's a new era. Cool. You know what it was beforehand? I asked how charging worked. Leandros, Rice, all these people, they come on the Discord, Vanguards especially, right? Took a big old shit on me. You're stupid. I ask you, how does charging work? They would copy and paste the rule and put it on there because they don't understand how knowledge works. They don't understand how understanding works. They don't understand what context is. They don't understand any of these things. The issue is not that I can't read. The issue is that the words, if they're not concretized in very clear ways, are interpreted by honest people in different ways. But I was told to shut the fuck up on that Discord. So I couldn't get clear rules on that Discord, and I couldn't be honest to players in person. I couldn't tell them charging works this way because the rules say they do. They don't, and I don't lie. So what has happened over the past 5 months, and my local players know this, Bob is gone. Bob's not playing Star Wars Legion. Oh, wait, Warhammer Fantasy is coming out in a year? Jane's gone. Laquanda's fish is gone. The 15 plus people we had in November has basically like whittled down to half that number. And every single time, it's always because the rules are unclear. And when they went on Discord to ask questions, they saw how I was treated, or they were treated badly themselves. Right? But this was the existence I had for the past 6 months. And since 2.0 came along, or since the bigwigs on Discord basically took a baseball bat and beat my head in, so I never asked questions anymore, because I felt like a fucking idiot asking $1 million company, how does charging work, right? I'm getting a little emotional. Let me calm down here. You know, I get embarrassed online. I get shit on online by asking these simple questions. I don't have to do that anymore. Right? I don't have to do that anymore. It's a clean slate. Because I don't like Parabellum. I don't like the Vanguards. I don't like the people in it. Liking the people that make the things that you consume is irrelevant. Irrelevant. When you engage in trade with somebody, you go buy sneakers from Payless, you go get a Coca-Cola or a Bud Light. When you get a product from a person, Barring a very extreme example, which I'm not going to say here on the stream, usually has to do with, what if a country are national socialists? It doesn't matter what the person's doing. You just buy the thing. Why? Because either the drink or the war game or the rules, those are the things you want. The person selling you the product, they don't care who you are. They don't care if I go home and do terrible things. You know what they want? $200 for a starter set. That's it. They are not responsible for my life, and I am not responsible for their life. So what we are personally is irrelevant. Why am I bringing this up? I literally don't care that I was treated like shit on their Discord for 4 months. Don't care. It's irrelevant. That's emotionalism. I'm a rational person. That's why I'm also keeping my emotions down. All I cared about is I love this game. It's a fun fucking game. I don't care if everyone in Parabellum are avowed socialists, right? I don't care. If they're the worst people on the earth, don't care. I just like the models. I like the fluff. And I like the rank and flank. But there was a problem. Whenever someone wanted to play the game, the rules were shit. And I couldn't stand conquest to them. I wanted to be a stan. I am a whore for this game. But I would never be made the fool. Are you teaching me the rules correctly, Diego? Yeah, but the rules are shit. When are they going to get updated? I don't know. Just big old fucking question marks. Big old fucking question marks. Right? It's infuriating. But I can say after today, when Bob, who is 16, comes into the store, all right? I'm like, yo, what's up, dog? You want to play a game? Now, of course, we're in person, so I'm going to use slightly more colorful language than I'm using here. But yeah, man, you want to play a game? Cool. How does charging work? This is exactly how it works. There's no intent here. This person now sees me as a person who knows what they're talking about. Because even before, when I explained the rules were shit, it's not my fault, they didn't care. Because they had no one physical to latch onto in the store to be their rock, their guide in the hobby, right? So they just left. But now I can confidently say charging works like this. Done. Yes. Volleying works like this. Done. Yes. Morale works like this. Done. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Whatever you hear on Discord or other people in the store, they are wrong. Objectively wrong. Because the rules blatantly state this. So Bob now has the confidence. Because as human beings, we are not animals. We're not perceptual creatures. We are conceptual creatures. And conceptual creatures, for our rational survival, we need to plan for the future. Okay? Bob needs to know, now that I know I can play this game, if I buy these models that do the clash and the volley action, they're going to do the thing. You know what people before were doing? I bought this sweet-ass army. I went into clash. I wanted to close the gate. I wanted to volley. I don't know if that's what they do in this game. You know what they did? Went to Warhammer 40,000. I know in that game, my Marines will shoot and kill stuff. So you've instilled confidence in your product, because your product is not only the models you sell, the product is also your rules. And because your rules are good, your rules have finally achieved the quality of your models. 100%. I am now going to stand you until the day I die. Personalities behind the veil don't care. Like, you guys could hate my living guts. It's irrelevant. If I tell you 2 + 2 is 4, it is irrelevant what kind of person I am. I stated a fact. That's what you're looking for, a fact, right? That's how you learn. Or you can follow someone you love, and they constantly tell you 2 + 2 is 5. You're going to be a crappy engineer, but you love the person. My point is, you need to separate your emotions from your rational thinking, your objective mode of identifying reality for your own personal enjoyment. All right? Anyway, thank you, Parabellum, for these effing rules finally being updated. Like, I legit, these rules can stay as they are, except for like 1 or 2 things with volley. I have no issues. No issues with rules. I know some of you guys, over the next month, you're going to find big old holes. I know it's going to happen. That's fine. But the rules now, I have more confident driving. If these rules were a car, I'm in the car and people want to take a trip across country. And we go a little ways and the car breaks down and they say, well, this car sucks. They go ahead and they hijack. They go ahead and they hitchhike with somebody else, right? They leave me in the car alone. I like the car. It's nice. It just doesn't work. Now that get in my car, bro. Everyone get in this motherfucking car. We're driving to California. We're going to play this game. We're going to sightsee and the wheels are going to work. The windshield's going to work. Where gas is going to work. The exhaust is going to work. The door's not going to fall off. We're good to go, man. See this shirt? I'm a Parabellum whore. Absolutely. I'm a Parabellum whore. I love these changes. Great changes. God damn, I love these changes. And I talked to my local store owner, and the people in my area. And when Warhammer Fantasy starts creeping into the store, get the fuck out. Out. That meme with the dude, get out. Get out. This is better. By Laquanda Fish. PB has been responding to criticism of the updated rules today with some... Exactly. But you know what the issue is? I was in a relationship. I was abused and beaten and then thrown out of the house. And then other people moved in. And then they changed their tone. So the closure is never there. Always in the back of my mind, I'm never going to have, I'm sorry for treating you like shit. From the Vanguards, from Rice, from Leandros. So that part is always going to be there. So my love for them will never be 100%. Because I know what kind of people they were. And they're only putting a front to make the business seem better. Which they should. They should. Their corporate image is a million times better than it was before. But unfortunately, when they broke a few eggs, I'm one of the broken eggs that stuck around because I enjoy the egg beater. That analogy doesn't work. I enjoy the kitchen I'm in. I don't know. But yeah. I felt this way when I was in Adepticon. I felt this way so many times in Discord. When people would ask a question about charging, I would put out this giant fucking dissertation, this giant college level thing. Deleted. I must have done that like 100 times over the past 3 months since 2.0 came out. And every time resentment would build in me. So this is my catharsis. It's out. It's gone. It's done. So whatever. It's gone. In the end, how I feel is irrelevant. Hopefully I've made that clear. How I feel is irrelevant. All I care about is the product is good and it works. And it works and it's good. Because it works. The moral is the practical. You cannot have morality without practicality and vice versa. Just as long as PB continues to build on these rules, I think we'll be fine. The problem is GW is they launched an edition, spend 2 years fixing the errors, and the next edition would throw out the fixes. I'm not even comparing the two. GW last year, they were releasing rules quickly. I played Tyranids. They released rules quickly. Updates. I liked it. Now they went back to their big old fucking sledgehammer ways. Peace out. Parabellum has worked on their public image. They've worked on not acting like fucking clowns and treating their customers like shit on their public Discord. They don't do any of that anymore. They stay quiet. I know they had this meeting where someone said, shut the fuck up. Stop posting on Discord. No one's your friend here. Vanguards aren't your friend. Public relations aren't your friend. The CEO is your friend. Nobody on Discord's your friend. You know what they are? People that sell you a product. I'm not your friend. You know who I am? I'm a old balding guy that loves the game that you guys get some value out of. That's it. You're not my friend. I'm not your friend. You have to know what a friend is to tag somebody your friend, right? Most people aren't even my acquaintance. You are people like Eric I respect. He has earned that respect. Is he my friend? No. If he showed up at my local store, would I call him my friend? No. But he earned my respect, and if we hung out enough, let me wear his underwear, then we'd be friends. But anyway, whatever. Whatever, dude. It's my stream. I do what I want. Also unrelated, but HR is not your friend. Correct? HR is part of a company. It looks for the interest of the owner of that property. Absolutely. All right. If I hired somebody to be my HR, they're not your friend. It's mine. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, whatever. Okay. Final conclusion. Parabellum has done great in the past 3 or 4 months. They've done better than any gaming company I think I've seen in decades. The rules are infinitely better. I'm actually flabbergasted. I did not expect them to do this good. I really feel bad for their error in the boxes that didn't have like certain regiments with them. I know it's going to cost them a lot of money to fix that. See, maybe about like, I don't know, before today, my attitude towards Spellbound, we're like, yeah, fuck them. Whatever. They deserve taking a hit in the pocketbook. They're assholes. But after today, nope. I see their care. I see they care. I see they listen and they care. They technically don't even have to listen. They just have to care about their product. And caring in this context means the rules make sense. That's it. So, anyway, I assume you wear underwear. I stood up a couple times. Hopefully you didn't see too much of my dangly bits. Anyway, that's enough. Rules are great. I'm going to timestamp this later after I have lunch. Thank you guys for hanging out, for chilling. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Sirius. Thank you, Ryan. Squires. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Mike, if you're around. I'm going to forget names. I'm sorry. 20 viewers. Holy shit. Right? 20 viewers. Holy shit. That's awesome. It's almost like if you peddle drama on YouTube, you get views, right? That's how it is. Many years ago, I did experiments where I'd release videos with certain political debates, and I would get tens of thousands of views on my videos, but that's not who I was. So I don't do that just for its own sake. So yeah, my YouTube video thumbnails are going to be a little more cringe to get a couple views, but they're never going to outright lie. Anyway, why am I explaining to you guys my business model? Hit that like. Oh, thank you. Hit that like. Parabellum is a great company. They care. They changed their ways. The rules work now. I can now bring people into the hobby and have them spend hundreds, if not thousands of dollars. I can go on Facebook under the trade and someone says, should I buy this Spires army? Yes. Should I buy this Dweg army? Yes. Just get into the game. It's great. It works. Except the scary needs to be fixed a little bit. But besides that, it works.